Mic check 1 2. Test. Microphone check 1 2. Test on the microphone 1 2. Test. Which guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. All right, I'd like to warmly, on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to warmly welcome you all to the NNPC Scm Suppliers Summit 2025. Please, seated here today, I really want you all to put your hands together for yourselves. Please put your hands together for yourselves, celebrate yourselves for making it this early to be here. We want to say we appreciate your presence, and also to let you know that for those that have not registered, I understand registration is ongoing on the ground floor. So please, if you have not registered, please, you can still go back there and do your registration. Get your Ariba quick response guide so it can help you all. Once again, welcome to this wonderful event. Today, this event is strategically designed to help you become well equipped and also fully grounded with the software, the Ariba procurement software. You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We will start in earnest pretty soon. Right now, we want to do some finished up with the logistic and all that. We want to finalize all of those technical issues. Please, in a couple of minutes, we'll be starting officially. Is that okay, sirs? Is that okay, ma'am? And also, this is to give those that have not registered and those that need to go around and do some networking and talk and gist. Please take your time and do that now. We'll be starting pretty soon. Couple of minutes, we'll be starting this event officially. Right now, I want to say welcome once again. Today, you are going to experience newness. Today, you're going to experience something different. That software, for those that have been having issues getting it right, today you're going to have a practical session to help guide you. So once again, welcome. All right. Okay. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome once again. As we commence this summit today, I would like to ask us, please, can we all be on our feet as we take the national anthem? We'll sing the first verse and recite the last stanza. Please, may we be on our feet, please? All right. We our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, all and proud to serve the sovereign motherland. We'll recite the last stanza. Okay, 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Did I hear amen? All right, thank you so very much. You may have your seat. Thank you. We still believe in Nigeria, don't we? If I insist, I insist, sir. This is the only country I have. I have no other home. All right, thank you so very much for making our time to be here. This summit is strategically, designed for you to be fully grounded, equipped with the Ariba procurement software. And so, your being here is just a testament that you want to gain more knowledge and understand how it is with the workings of Ariba. Thank you so very much for coming. There's one thing that they always say, that if you want to test, if you want to really know those that have what we call resilience, you ask the suppliers and the vendors, because they know how to, stay on it and stay on course. Once again, I want you to put your hands together for yourselves. Please celebrate yourself. A round of applause for yourselves for making our time to be here. Before we start this event, I want to recognize our key executives that are here with us. Some are here and some in Assumption. I'm still going to recognize them. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming and recognizing the following key executives of the NMPCL. Please put your hands together for the Chief Supply Chain Officer, the person of Engineer Telema Izo Karia. Please put your hands together for him. Please, I can only hear this session. If you're here, sir, if he's here, please you can indicate. And also would like to welcome and recognize the Head of Operations and Delivery, Dr. Yakubu Mohammed. Is he here? Please put your hands together for him. I'm sure they are still making their way. When they arrive, we will now call them and recognize them again. And also, I want to recognize the Head Center of Excellence, Mr. Rafiu Adediton. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rafiu Adediton. Please put your hands together for him. And also, I want to recognize Head Governance and Compliance Management, Mr. Galadunchi. Please put your hands together for Mr. Galadunchi. Okay, thank you so very much. Lastly, but not the least, I would like to recognize the project coordinator. The project coordinator, Mr. Moses Sadu. Please, if you are here, sir, please put your hands together. All right. Please recognize Mr. Moses Sadu, the project coordinator. Thank you so very much. My name is Leonard Ekpenyong Basi. I'm going to be your master compare. Please do not ask me where I'm from. If not, I'll tell you how many bridges I climbed to get to Abuja. All right, so. Okay, so thank you so very much for being here. This morning, it's a practical session. It's for you to open up and learn. Who How many of us here are familiar with the software, the procurement software, Ariba already? Hello, can I see hands? You are familiar with it. You know how to go about it. Can I see the hands raised, please? Okay, I see a few person. Okay, for those who are not familiar with it, I need you to sit close to the person that is familiar with it and ask the person to teach you what you know. But anyways, that's the reason why we are all here today, to get familiar with it, right? So today, this session is going to be practical as possible and guide you into that knowledge, the Ariba procurement software. Thank you so very much. We'll be watching the screen right now to get the welcome address from the CSCO. Please put your hands together as we welcome on screen the chief supply chain officer, engineer Telema Isokariari. Please put your hands together as we watch the screen for his welcome address. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, valued suppliers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Telema Isokariari, and I'm the chief supply chain officer of NNPC. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this supplier summit organized by the supply chain for all procurement and supply chain transactions in NNPC Limited. This move is not just about technology. It is about emplacing a smarter and more agile of the SAP Ariba system. A dedicated team has been set up to provide support for you during and after these summit sessions. Today, we'll be conducting hands-on sessions and live demonstrations to guide you through each step from onboarding to transaction management. Please take full advantage of these sessions to ask questions and get familiar with the process. The team will also introduce the new modules we will have on Ariba platform, like the supplier performance management, category management, sourcing and tendering process, and contract management. I'm sure some of you must have received emails from us requiring you to complete a questionnaire for categorization. Additionally, our colleagues from the finance team, as well as the governance, risk, and compliance team will also share insights on invoicing and the ongoing initiatives around supplier due diligence, explaining the new requirements and what will be expected of you to be confirmed or certified as a trusted and compliant partner. Our goal is simple: to create a transparent, fair, and efficient supply chain ecosystem where both NNPC Limited and you, our suppliers, can thrive together. We count on your cooperation, patience, and commitment as we embark on this new journey together. I want to sincerely thank every one of you who have made out time to be physically present, and those online for your partnership, patience, and commitment, especially as we transition into this new system. Change, as we know, is never without its challenges. But with your cooperation, we are confident that the journey will deliver lasting value for everyone. Let me also acknowledge the project organizing team members led by Mr. Moses Sadu, who are all on ground today, for their dedication in putting this together at the shortest.
An in-depth welcome address. Before we proceed into this workshop session, you know, it is very important for us to understand the safety and security guideline. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Gideon Okelola to come and give us the security guidelines and safety rule. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gideon. Can we also, please, I know it's morning, but let's warm it up a bit. Let's warm the room a bit with our hand clap. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to BWC. My name is Gideon Okelola, the CSO of the organization. Right now, we are in Atlantic Hall. Just a brief on the safety of the hotel. Right now, we are on the left-hand side where we have exit, and that's where we have the restroom. In case there's any emergency, there's a corridor that will lead to where we have a staircase, and where is there a service elevator. And if there's any eventuality of fire or whatever, do not use that elevator. There's a staircase that will take you down to admin block, where we see the sign to where we have a muster point. We have two muster points. We have one on the right hand side at the in gate and another one at the exit gate. There's a sign there. If there's any emergency, that's where we all assemble. And as we all know, we are not having drill today, and our smoke detector is not only fire that can trigger it, dust can trigger it as well. In case you hear any sound of alarm, do not be panic. We have a security at the entrance that will make us understand if it is a fire or it's a false alarm, so that we will not be panicking. And we have in-house nurse in case there is any need for us to use any in-house nurse. When you get to meet any security or any staff, they will direct you where we have a standby nurse. Please, in case there is any emergency, do not panic. For the sake of our women that they are wearing eye heel, if there is any emergency, please do not panic. You can quickly remove your eye heel so that there will be no any damages to our nail. Thank you. Please. Is there any question, please? Thank you. If there's any question, enjoy your summit, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for the CSO, Mr. Gideon. Thank you. You've heard him. Please, if there's any emergency for the ladies, please take off your shoe. If you can't, ask me. I'll come and help you, because we'll be running out. And also, to add to that information, please, by my left, there's a door here. It also leads to your convenience in case you need to, you're pressed and you need to use the convenience. By my left, there's a door there. It's for both male and female. And if you go out into the restaurant, straight down, further down into the restaurant, there's also a convenience there if you need to use. Thank you so very much. We are moving straight to the practical session now, so we can gain as much as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, our facilitator today is one that has so much expertise. He's a certified SAP procurement consultant and a digital procurement transformation expert with extensive international experience delivering SAP Ariba and SAP Forgan sourcing and procurement solution. He has over 17 years in practice and has successfully led and supported more than 10 full cycle SAP SA HANA, 2P, and also SAP Ariba sourcing, buying and invoicing implementation across diverse industry, including telecommunication, manufacturing, energy, construction, natural conservation, and services. Our facilitator today is a detail-oriented and client-focused, and this person is no other than Mr. Ade Adeshegun. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adeshegun as he comes to take us on the first session, first practical session. Mr. Adeshegun, are you available, please? Can we keep clapping until he gets here, please? Let's keep clapping. Because beyond consulting, he's actively shared insight through his SAP careers, mentoring many people internationally. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adeshegun. Thank you so very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And you're welcome once again to the NNPC Ariba Supplier Summit. My job here today is simple. I will just be running us through sorry, excuse me.
All right, while we're getting ready to get that sorted, please, I'd like to announce that a vehicle number AGL 726JM, please, you need to repark. AGL 726JM, please, you need to repark. And also to let you know that there are also participants joining online. And if you need to pass this to your colleagues, we have the meeting ID is 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. If you need to pass it to your colleague, I'm saying it again, meeting ID 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. Thank you. Mr. Adish.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the slight technical glitch. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Adeshegun Oluwasomi. As earlier introduced, I'm a SAP Procure to Pay and Ariba consultant. And I'm here this morning to give us a detailed overview on SAP Ariba Business Network. So I'll just go ahead and start off now. Okay, so quickly we'll just be going through. We'll start off with the introduction to SAP Business Ariba Network, then also the type of accounts we have, then how we'll also see a detailed presentation on the step-by-step supplier registration step-by-step guide, and also how we can gain access to the Ariba Business Network. And also, we'll also learn a bit about the benefits of being on the Ariba Business Network, how it's beneficial to you as suppliers, not just to NNPC Limited, but how it benefits you as suppliers, basically. Okay. So quickly, just a brief introduction. Okay, so just a brief introduction. So what is SAP Ariba Business Network? It's actually a dynamic digital marketplace. It connects over 8 million companies worldwide. It's a platform that has been designed by SAP to help us optimize our procurement processes. For both, it helps synchronizes and makes supply chain easier for both the supplier and also the supplier and the buyer. Now, most companies, so if we have over 8 million companies in 190 different countries running on SAP Ariba, using it to digitize their procurement and supply chain processes with SAP solutions. So Ariba helps automate the procurement processes in various companies all over the world, and it also helps make it easier for suppliers and buyers to connect. Ariba is more else like a middleman between suppliers and buyers. That's what basically Ariba does for us as individuals. This makes working together on all shared aspects. So it makes it easier for you to receive purchase orders, like you said before, like we heard earlier on. It makes it easier for you to get your purchase orders, to get your invoices sent online manually. It reduces paperwork. Everything is digitized. It also helps with risk and also compliance in ways and makes everything more efficient and effective, basically. Okay, so quickly, we have various types of accounts. We have various types of accounts on the SAP Ariba. We have the standard account, and also we have the enterprise account. The standard account is a free account that you get. It's free. SAP Ariba Business Network account is actually free. Once you log in, you register, and like it's stated here, you get activated with the first transaction. So you might not be registered, you might not have an account, but once you have a particular company that you are planning to have a transaction with, once they have all your details and they send you a purchase order, it also helps. We'll see that as we go along. It helps you on. That's what they mean by you are usually activated with the first transaction. So it automatically helps you to activate and become a buyer, a supplier on the Ariba Business Network. Now, also, the standard account requires your prior registration before making the first transaction. Even though this says you are usually activated with the first transaction, you will still need to register with your first transaction. Your first transaction helps you to register and helps you to get along. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that works as we go along the line. Now, it also enables us with electronic receipt of offers, contract, purchase orders, so you can get your RFPs through Ariba Business Network. You can get your purchase orders to Ariba Business Network, so you don't have to wait, or you don't have to be running. Oh, you have a purchase order, I have to fly to Abuja to get a purchase order, I have to fly to Benin to get a purchase order, I have to fly to Port Harcourt to get a purchase order. It all comes straight into your email account, and from there you can attend to any business that you have to attend to. Okay, and for anything that is free, there's also the part that is not free. So there's also the enterprise account. The enterprise account, that is an account that SAP has created where you have to pay. Now, benefits of the enterprise account, you don't need to use the enterprise account, but part of the benefits of the enterprise account is, I'll take us back to our X or Instagram account. You know, our X account or Instagram account has this tick. So for you to have an enterprise account on the Ariba Business Network, it means you've been fully registered, certified by Ariba Business Network for certain categories that you represent as a supplier. So that makes you, so anywhere with anybody in the world can definitely, once they see you have an enterprise account, and you have, he also has a green tick like the X, Twitter, or the Instagram. So when they see that, they know, okay, this person has been categorized and fully certified by the SAP themselves, SAP Ariba Business Network themselves. Okay. Then also the few benefits of Ariba Business Network: it enables faster, more reliable payments through electronic invoicing and real-time payment tracking. So at every point in time, we'll see when my other colleague comes up and they're showing us through the contract and purchase order. So at every point in time, you can trace where your it's like you tracing your package on a digital platform, maybe on a delivery platform. You see at every point in time where or who your order is. Has it been approved? Has it been delivered? Has it been? So it gives you a track record of everything that is going on at any point in time. Also, part of the benefits of SAP Ariba Business Network is it opens access to millions of global buyers, giving suppliers, and it gives you greater visibility and more business opportunities. How do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, you all know that once okay, sorry for that. Sorry about that. So we all know that there is one. We all know that once you are available online, it gives you more access to global buyers. So when you are registered on the Ariba Business Network, you are registered with NNPC, but that doesn't stop you from getting business from every other company anywhere in the world. You could be sourced for and reached out, and they will see your Ariba Business Network registration, and they will definitely get in touch with you and send you POs. So part of the benefits you get from this is it's not just working with NNPC, it's working with the global buyer village, basically. Okay. Also, it streamlines operations by automating orders, confirmations, and invoicing. Like I said earlier, your orders are automated. It streamlines everything. You see everything in one bucket. So the same way you are being registered on the Ariba Business Network supplier side, the same way the company you are transacting with also has its own Ariba Business Network buyer side. So you are all on the same platform, just being connected by one particular software. And it also helps. The major thing every supplier likes is it also helps you get paid faster. You know, when everything is fast, you get your PO. You don't have to wait. You don't have to travel all the way down to get your PO. Invoicing, everything is in one stream. So as everything gets approved and goes on, payment, it makes payment faster, and you reach out to more customers and you work efficiently. You don't have to carry invoices or papers up and down to various for various people to approve or submit. All your submissions you do, as earlier said by our CSCO, it's here. So everything is done online, and you have a very good experience with the Ariba Business Network. Okay, so we move on to how do you get registered on the Ariba Business Network? I know most of us have gotten, or probably some of us have been registered on the Ariba Business Network, or most of us are just getting registered, or we have issues. We all see as we follow through this how this is done. Okay, so basically we have a supplier registration process flow, which sorry, my screen is jumping. So we have a so we have a supplier registration process flow where if the company is interested in registering you as a supplier, we send you a registration link, as you can see here. Either NNPC sends you a registration link or not, you can still go online to aribaservice.com and register as a supplier yourself on the Ariba Business Network. You don't have to really wait for NNPC to register you as a supplier. Okay? So now, the supplier, but we'll see how that translates as we go on. I'll explain how that translates as we go on. When you have your own, when you register on Ariba Business Network yourself without a link from NNPC, we'll see how you can synchronize that with your own, with NNPC's Ariba Business Network. Okay. So the supplier clicks on the links and creates a SAP Ariba business account, and it generates a AN90 number. Your AN90 number is your Ariba network ID. It's a unique ID that belongs to you at any point in time. Use it to transact business with various organizations. Okay, and so here also the reason why we send NNPC sends you a registration link is for you, because our registration link contains a questionnaire that you need to fill, respond to. You know, the questionnaire has various contents that you need to fill and respond to, and through that, once you get a questionnaire, the questionnaire is, once you fill the questionnaire, you submit your response, and it's being reviewed before it's been approved for you to be able to get registered as a supplier. So that's just basically the process flow. So it's not a tedious process. It's not a long process. It's a process whereby you need to ensure that you need to ensure that all your T's are crossed and all your I's are dotted. And with that, you shouldn't have any, and as long as you meet all the requirements that have been stated in the questionnaire, you shouldn't have any issues. Okay. I move on to the next slide. Okay. At any point in time, NNPC invites you to get, NNPC wants to invite you to register as a supplier in the business network. This is the email. You get an email. That says you should register as a supplier with NNPC Group. Sorry, the laptop seems to be playing tricks with me. Okay, so you get this particular email that says you should register as a supplier with NNPC. Okay, don't worry about the test. This is actually a test scenario. That's why you're seeing this. So once you get this email, just read through it, and you will see here where it says click here to create a new account. Now, there are different things that transpire. Thank you. There are different things that transpire when you click here to create an account. Okay. So when you click here to create an account, this is the next screen that pops up when you click here to create accounts. We have few words here from SAP, the benefits of why you should have a business network account. Then here, the system, if you already have an existing account, because if you already have an existing account, all you need to do is come here. If you've registered before, like I said earlier, assuming you register yourself, you already have an existing account, you just come here, click on use existing account. The system takes you to another screen that allows you to log in to your Ariba Business Network. You log in with your username and password that you've created yourself for your Ariba Business Network. So you do that. If not, you can click on review accounts. Just maybe you are confused, you have more than one Ariba Business Network, you don't know how to go about it. You can actually click on review accounts. When you click on review accounts, the system shows you your various accounts and it shows you the best match of all your accounts. So once you do that, So once you do that, you'll be able to also click on that and log on with your username and password. Okay. And no, most times, you know, at times when we are creating, when they tell us to create accounts and we are creating accounts using our username and password, most times we forget our password in the process. So in case you forget your password in the process, there's always a forgot password where the system takes you, asks for your registered email and sends you a password reset email. Or if you are lost entirely, or maybe you've made some mismatches or anything, the system has an help icon at the top there. There is always once you click on the help icon at the top there, it brings up the help page where you can actually input. You have where you can actually input the details of what you need. There's always a customer care help there at any point in time. Mind you, also I need to state this: NNPC doesn't own Ariba Business Network. Ariba Business Network is owned by SAP. So if you have, that's why you can see this help icon here. There are some issues that, as you are using SAP Ariba Business Network, NNPC2 is using SAP Ariba Business Network. You are just on the seller side, we are on the buyer side. So there are some things that get entangled, like maybe you have two accounts that you want to link together, or you have an account that you want to deactivate on the business network. You will need this help icon at the top there. Once you click on it, there's always a service help from SAP that will attend to you, and you can always sort this out. They will always attend to you on time. I think if it's a very serious issue, they should resolve it in less than 24 hours for you. But for password reset, that's immediate. They send you a link immediately to change your password, and you can move on from there. Okay. Okay. So once you don't have an account and you are creating an account for the first time, this is one of the screens that you need to attend to here. So here, your company information already comes on because you were sent a link. So that link picks up some details from the company information that you had already sent earlier across to us and to NNPC. So here, you can see the company legal name comes up itself, your country of region. We don't have your address, definitely, so you need to input your address. Then you have here what we call a DUNS number. It's a DUNS number. It's not compulsory for us here in Nigeria. It's a unique registration numbers that is being used by Dons and a particular company in UK. It's more like a standardized, so it just shows that this DUNS number shows that your company is certified, your accounts are good, and a whole lot of other things, but it's an internationally recognized number. So in case you have it, yes, you can actually put it there, but it is not part of the compulsory options here that we have here. It's just so we can see most of the we can see in most of the tabs we have some asterisk fields here. Those are the fields that are actually compulsory. So once you get here, your company name is there, your region, Nigeria, your address line. At least you must put in an address, your first address there. So once you're done with that, your city, state, and your postal code. We use postal code in Nigeria. We don't use zip code. So your postal code, it requires your postal code. Once you choose your country, this zip changes to postal code. So it's also, those are part of the requirements you need to fill before you start. Now, because you are creating the account, remember, you'll be an administrator on the account, because you can decide to give other people access, other people in your own organization access to the account. So you can create access for other people in your organization to run to have access to the account. So your administrator, you put your name, your first name, your last name, your email. Now, do you want the system to use your email as your username? You can either use your email as a username to log in or log off as a company. You can use this. So it's always preferable, because at times, remember, employees don't stay in a particular company forever. So if we've had situations whereby you have to, some suppliers have called us to help change the username on their, this employer has left, that's the email that was there, this, that. So it's always better to have either your company email or your company email used instead of personal emails, your supplier's personal emails on this. Okay. Now, once you've filled all that, you need to input, you need to give yourself a password. The password has several criteria that must be met. Your password must be between 8 and 32 characters. It must contain at least one uppercase, AZ, one number, one character, and it must not contain your username. And you must not use 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't repeat numbers or characters as they are. And once you do that, everything here will be green. As you're inputting your password, as you can see, it will be green. You need to repeat your password. Then you also need to have read and agree with the terms and conditions of both of SAP Business Network, because they are the owner, and also confirm if you are not a robot. Once all that is done, what you need to do next is click on the create account, and the system sends you an email to the email that you have actually registered there. It will tell you to confirm this email. This is the next screen that comes up once you fill all your details to register and click confirm. This screen comes up for you, and when it comes up for you, it tells you to go and check the email you imputed while doing the registration. This usually happens when we are trying to register somewhere or open a new site or something. So you come here. If you don't receive the email, you can click on this place, and the system resends the email to you again. But once you click on confirm email, so this is what you get in your email. You get an email from Ariba Commerce Cloud. That's why I'm telling you that even though NNPC sent you the link, you can see what you have here is Ariba Commerce Cloud. It's this Ariba Business Network is owned by Ariba, not by NNPC. So there are some things that is beyond our control. That's why we have the help icon. Please don't forget the help icon when you have issues. Okay. So you get this email telling you to confirm your email. Thank you for joining Business Network, to finish signing up. So once you click on this email, it helps you, it confirms your email, and it takes you to this particular page. This is the page where you select the product and service categories and also your ship to service locations. I'm not going to speak about this. This is still going to come up as we go on. One of my bosses is still going to come and show you how this is going to be done, categorization, how you're going to be categorized, what you need to do then. But for me, your ship to service location is also compulsory. Your ship to service location is basically just your location, but we'll get to hear more from your product and service categories. This is where you select what you the products you offer or the services you offer. So that is where you select that from, and once you do that, you'll be able to move on. Once you submit that, then you'll be able to move on the screen. But we'll get to learn more about this as we continue in the program. Okay, so once you are done with registration and everything is fine, you get this particular email again from Ariba Commerce Cloud telling you welcome. So in this particular email, try as much as possible to keep the information on this email, because this is where you have your company name, your username, your ANID network, that's your Ariba Business Network ID network, which is your own unique Ariba network ID. Then after which you get your administrator email. Remember I told you that once you create it, the person that creates the account can create himself as an administrator and give rights to other people in the system. So this shows that, yes, fine, I've registered, I have a ANID network account, Ariba Business Network account. This is all you need to do. In the course of the day, as you go along, we'll see how this happens in real life. So this is what you do, and this is what you get. So it's important for you to keep this so that you can refer to it later on as you go about your daily business. Okay. So now this ends here for Ariba Business Network. Remember, NNPC sent you a registration invite. NNPC's registration invite contains a questionnaire where you need to fill more details about yourself, your business, what you do, and other things. So that's the next. Once you are done there, the system brings you to this particular screen. So this particular screen, at the top here, you note it says Ariba proposals and questionnaires. So once you're on this screen, after a registration, you always see this particular, this is the screen where you, my colleague will speak more about this. This is the screen where you get invited for events. In SAP, we call RFPs, contracts, and all that, we call them, it's called events in SAP Ariba. They are all various events that you need to attend to, so we call them events. Then, this is where you have your RFPs are brought in. Then we have, what we are interested in right now is actually the registration questionnaire. So this is the registration questionnaire that comes with your Ariba Business Network registration from NNPC. So once you come to the supplier registration questionnaire, and you click on this, it brings you to the main questionnaire here. So here you need to, so we start off here, there are some questions. This is what you see on your screen. Now, please note that once you engage this questionnaire, is also an event. Once you engage this questionnaire, the time starts reading. You have, as you can see at the top right corner of the screen, you have 29 days to attend to that particular questionnaire, because we've had series of, I can't access the question again. So once that 29-day elapses, then you need to send a mail to the supply chain NNPC Ariba Business support to help to resend. So they open up the questionnaire for you again for you to be able to attend to it. So that's what happens most times. So basically, you have all the contents. You have the contents for this here. But the first section is the general supplier information, as you can see. So you have some. You have some things to attend to here. Do you accept the customer code of business conduct? So you have issues here, whether yes or no. If you definitely say no, that means you probably have one or two issues with the customer code of conduct, and it means you won't be able to go on with the registration because it's compulsory. So your full name, also the supplier full name is 1.2, country code, main and mobile telephone number, that is there. You put in your telephone number if you have more than one. Since the company, definitely you have more than one telephone number. So as you go on, you also have okay, so you have the next section, which deals with your street name, your house number, your postal code, the city you are there. So for this particular section where you have your addresses, it is important to note that you need to input your addresses, your postal code. They are all compulsory. If you don't input your addresses, your state, your postal code, by the time you submit your response, the system will not be able to generate a number for you at our own end in NNPC. So you need to ensure you fill your addresses properly, you put in your postal code, and and every required item there for you. Okay. So let me simplify it. If I pick up Google now and I type coastal code Victoria Island, it gives us a particular set of numbers, 6-digit numbers, which that's what is being used globally now. In other climes, they call them zip codes. In Nigeria, is actually a postal code. I think it denotes the area in which you are. That's what that means actually. Yes, sir. Okay, so once you input all that, the next you need to do now has your mail address, as you can see, your postal code. Then as a company, most companies have their internet homepage address. You can also input that. It's not compulsory, but you can input that. Now, also there are some questions here you need to answer yes or no. Are you willing and able to transmit and receive traditional procurement and account payable documents? So all this is just asking you if you are ready to transmit your documents online, if you are ready to receive POs and what have you online. Then are you open to transacting or using recipient created tax invoices? So this is just you saying accepting to do two things that have been stated by that is being required by NMPC for you to transact business online with NMPC. Okay. So here, you can see most of the tabs here have asterisks. These are also important. They are transaction information. The first one we have here is your email address for purchase orders. It means which email address do you want your purchase order. So when NMPC is sending you a purchase order, where do you want the purchase order to get to? Which email address? Who is getting the email for that particular purchase order? So this is where you put that. Then the next one is account receivables. Remember, just as CSO said, we're also invoicing and all that. Account receivable has to do with your invoicing and all that. So you also need to state if it's the same email that you used to receive POs. Maybe there's a separate department for supply chain. There's a department that receives invoices. You also input that there also. Then you have there's a particular mistake that is usually done. We have what we call here in section 1.12.3 PO email address note language. Please note, this EN is standard. It's there. It's default. It's English. That's what it means, basically. So we don't need to touch that. It's saying PO email address note language, except maybe you are not receiving yours in English, but I believe English is our standard language in Nigeria. So we leave this the way it is. Now your PO email address note, that's also an email address, not a language. So that you put the required email address here. Then remittance email address note language. That's when invoices are being sent to you or what you have. The language, what's the language? It's EN. That comes there default. So that's English. So there's no need to touch that also. We have in some cases where suppliers have changed that to their email address, and at the end of the day, you don't get synchronized properly into the system the way you're meant to. Okay. So next is our bank information, your bank information. This is where you need to put in your account information, your bank name, addresses, and what have you. So that is what this particular bank information tab contains. That's section 2. Then section 3 is where you need to input your tax information. So your TIN number and everything that has to do with your tax information has to be here also. Those are all compulsory. For you. Then supporting documents that supports your tax information provided. Also, you need to you need to also attach those documents. Any document you want to attach must also be PDF. Let's note that. Then we have the section where you need to put your CAC number, your RC number, your MEMAT, and NSTF. It depends on the category you are transacting with, but all these supporting documents are also compulsory for you in the system, in the questionnaire, when you are filling the questionnaire as you go along. Okay, then once you are done, you can, if you have, let's assume you still have documents you need to attach that is not yet available for you, you can actually save this and leave the screen. You can save it, log out, you can always come back. Remember, you have 29 days left, so you can always save it, come back to it when you have those documents, attach them then. But let's assume you have all your documents and everything is fine. Okay, before then, peradventure you get stuck, or you are confused, or you have one or two questions to ask and you can't ask by phone or send an email. This also serves as a sort of like an email or a message platform, an email platform or a message platform. So all you need to do is to come here, click on compose message, type in your message. The supply chain project manager in charge of your account will get this message also, and it will respond to you, and you'll be able to see the message here on your screen. Same applies. So once everything is fine, you've checked, you've attached everything, and you've done everything, you come to submit entire response. Once you click on submit entire response, the system prompts you, are you sure you want to submit this response? If you're sure, then you can click OK and submit your response. And once you're done with that, you get this particular message that your response has been submitted. Thank you for participating in the event. Now, let's assume as soon as you submitted the response, you remember that there was one or two documents or one or two things you need to update or change. As long as you have these 29 days, you can click on revise response and it can come. Now, once you submit your supplier registration questionnaire, it goes, you get an email that you submitted, you get an email with your registered email that you've submitted successfully and what have you. And when it's going to be reviewed for approval. Once the review for approval is done, is approved, you will get an email also that tells you that this has been approved and you have no issues. Now, just in case, even after they've approved, I have one or two updates to do on your, let's assume you want to change the email on your PO email or bank account registration and all that, you can still come back here to click on revise response. Once you click on revise response, you'll be able to edit your questionnaire. Once you edit your questionnaire, always remember to submit. When you submit, it goes for approval again in NMPC supply chain. It goes for approval again in NMPC supply chain. Then when it gets approved, that's when you would be able to access or use do this revise response again. So once that is done and you're approved, you get an email that that you have been registered fully, and your from your own side your system shows registered. It doesn't show you in approval. If you note this, it was showing in approval before, pending approval, but once it's approved, you see registered here fully. So that means you have been fully registered. Now, I know in our previous system before, we had, so once you register, yes, the next thing is, oh, I have a 7 series number, S1 number, or what have you. Now that is not required. by you. Or, you know, we've had instances of people coming that, oh, I've done my SAP registration, I don't have my S/4HANA number. We don't need you to know or have your S/4HANA number again, because we are using the SAP Ariba Business Network system now. So that system also works with the SAP Ariba. Just helps every one of us to streamline and automate our procurement system. So the SAP Ariba system still works with the S/4HANA system, which is the main database. So there you already have we have your S/4HANA number, so you don't need to go about chasing your S/4HANA number. All you need is your NNID number, and once you have that, we can always transact businesses with you. Now, once that is done, once you are done registering and you log out, if you log in again into the SAP yourself, if you're logging into the SAP Business Ariba Business Network, this is your SAP Ariba Business Network screen. In this screen, this is your landing page for SAP Ariba Business Network. In this screen, there are so many things you can do. This screen is owned by you. You know, you can see the standard account, your business network. This at the top here, where you have business network, where you have a drop down, that is where you can toggle in between attending to questionnaires, RFPs, and or where you can actually attend to your purchase orders is here. So basically, this is what your screen looks like. If you click on your home tab, this is your landing page, your home tab. It shows the numbers of purchase orders you've done, what you have, invoices that are waiting, and what have you. So it's from here that you attend to your purchase orders. Your fulfillment basically is the orders that you've done, the service entries that you've done. That is what you have in your fulfillment tab. My colleague will show that later as we go on in the system. Invoices is where you actually create your invoices and send your invoices, or invoices you've done. You can always come back here and check them and you see them. Then payments that have been made, and you have the more tab. So here, where you have your username, it contains the details of your account, where you can log in, log off, you can change. It shows you as an administrator and all that. We will see all that as we go on in various sessions that we have. So basically, I would like to stop here now, and also call on my Oga to come and take us through category management and the system. Thank you.
One more time, please, a round of applause for Mr. Adeshegun. Okay, so we have the open mic. If you have any question for him, please, if you have a question, we're going to take a few before we invite Mr. Adebisi to continue with the session, please. All right. Please, your name.
Thank you, the presenter. My name is Stephen Abiodun Samuel, Trackhouse Security Watch Nigeria Limited. Please, after this 24 hours or 20 days, submission is gone. And if you have something that you want to add up or edit, apart from using the help site, what I mean is that apart from using the help site, how can you re-edit? As I want to edit a particular point after the closing of 20 days and 29 days or 1 month given to me for me to submit my supplier registration. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. That's a very good question, sir. So now, once the 29 days has expired, that 29 days is just for you to attend to the questionnaire. If it expires and you still need to edit or do 1 or 2 things there, when you haven't completed the questionnaire, then you send a mail to NNPC Ariba support. You send a mail to NNPC Ariba support, and they help you re-engage the questionnaire so that you can have access to it.
Did it answer your question? All right. Any other person? Please, your name and your company. I'm here, please. Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Stanley from Bell Point. So my question is, on the Ariba portal, right now is neither showing pending approval nor registered.
Check.
So I don't know where I stand.
On the Ariba portal.
Yes.
So were you sent a link? Where exactly are you? Did you engage a questionnaire? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so after doing the registration and everything, the part where you said it should show you pending is not showing pending.
Did you do the registration? Were you sent a link?
Yes.
Okay. So what we'll do for you is, I would love to see your screen, but I can't see everybody's screen. But what we'll do for you is, there's a help desk at the back, and they will help you look at that, and we'll know what exactly is going on. Can you click on supplier question registration questionnaire? Just click on this. Okay, so you submitted, revised, you have submitted a response for the event. Thank you for participating. So this, okay. So what you do for me is, you can go to the back. There's a help desk at the back. Let them look at it for you. But I'm sure it's nothing so difficult.
All right, we have one more person there.
Okay, sir.
Please, we are going to do this quickly. I understand we have the help desk at the back there, so any other questions you can move when we have our tea break to make the inquiries.
My name is Badaro Olajiran from Sproul Engineering. Before we get to this interface, do we need to complete the category section or not?
Okay. So although I would say yes, you need to. You can get to this interface even if you've not completed the category section. For instance, if you register yourself on SAP Ariba Business Network, you get here. But if you've not completed your categorization, we won't be able to do business with you because we don't know where you belong to.
Did that answer the question, sir?
It's a different, so that's why once Mr. Dibisi comes up, he will speak more about that to us. So it's a segment where you tell us what you do. We know you, you've registered, we know you, we know where you're coming from, we know what you're doing, we know and what have you bought. What do you do? Where can we place you? How can you serve us? Okay.
All right, thank you. We have one more question, a lady.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Choma. I represent SGS Nigeria Inspection. I would like to ask, is this NNPC characterization kind of linked with NIPES characterization, because it's almost going the same time? If it is, the NIPES portal is currently having a portal, NIPES Ariba login details. So is it in any way linked so that we'll know how we are when we are working, so we know what we are doing, because we are currently doing for NIPES, we are also currently doing for NNPC.
Okay, I would that is a categorization question, so I will leave that for Mr. Debisi when he comes up on the categorization. You'll be able to explain further with that question.
Okay, I have another question, please, sir. We have 2 email address linked to our SAP Ariba, and I tried using the help link, but it's yet to be resolved.
Okay, so you have 2 emails linked.
Yeah, we want to deactivate one and use only one.
Okay, so to deactivate your email, you need to use the Ariba help. No, okay, so you can still come to the help desk at the back where they can help you resolve that. But if you remember, when we started the presentation, there was a particular place where the system is going to ask you that you should revise your account. So if you try to log in and you come here, you see revise account. It shows you all your accounts. So that means if you have 2 emails, it will show you both emails and it will tell you which one is the best preferred. It will show you in percentage which one is the best preferred. So that means that's the one you've been using. So you can click on that and it comes up. But the only problem is maybe you forgot your password. So you can, but when you get to the back there at the help desk, they'll be able to help you.
All right, we have 2 more questions, one from that gentleman and this lady. Oh, yes, answered. Okay, cool.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Okoyemi from Iberica Nigeria Limited. Actually, we got an email on, excuse me, November 4, pertaining to a questionnaire to be filled and submitted via the SAP Ariba platform. So I've done that and it has been filled, but unfortunately, the contact person isn't someone synchronizing with our organization at all. So we tried to edit, but it wasn't coming through. I sent an email, and I even got a call, and the person was actually responding to me properly. But unfortunately, the matter is still pending, and I couldn't migrate from that place to another link that brought us to a portal. Because whenever I click on that link, it's always someone entirely, and we've tried all possible means to get that done, but to no avail. Thank you.
Okay, so yours is something that will need to be looked at, so we can understand what exactly you are seeing. We'll look at that. You can go to the help desk at the back. We'll look at that physically and help you with that also.
All right, please, a round of applause for Mr. Adeshagun, please, for that overview and profile managing.
Thank you.
To continue, we want to invite also Mr. Adebisi to continue with the pre-qualification and categorization on this Ariba platform. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Adebisi, please. Can we, thank you.
Excuse me. Do you have it? This one.
All right, while we're getting that set, I want to repeat the meeting ID. It's 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. It's on a Zoom platform, please. Zoom platform. 818-300-82747. Password 2025. Thank you. Mr. DBC.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator and IMC. Good morning, our esteemed suppliers. Good morning. Yeah. Hope you had a safe arrival to this place. Okay, so we'll be talking about vendor categorization. Excuse me? It's not showing on the screen. See now, it's not showing. My name again is Adebisi Adedibura, and I'm here with a colleague, Rebecca Noya, who will come up here again, later, to come and demonstrate how the categorization is done using the form that we have already deployed. So, however, we'll be looking at vendor categorization first and the essence. Okay, so this is our content, background, why vendor categorization, why support the NMPs Limited vendor categorization, how to participate as a registered vendor. Then we have the copy of the invitation email. We have to put that copy there because I know that a number of vendors has responded, trying to confirm whether that email actually came from us or not. Then sample of questionnaire that we deploy, and then we entertain questions afterward. So the next one. So why do we need to categorize your people? Well, it's both ends. It's the benefits is for both of us. You at the other side, we here. So the first thing is we want to know the nature of product or services provided by you. Then we want to use it to track your performance. So henceforth, we want to be looking at the performance of our vendor. Then what are the things that we're looking at? We are looking out for license to operate and the capacity. If you have the license to operate, so we'll not just have anybody on our portal or on our database. We need somebody that's qualified to operate with us. Then the capacity, we want to be sure that when we engage you, that you can deliver on the job or that we have given onto you. So why vendor categorization? For NMPC Limited is to enable us to manage the vendor relationship more effectively. So we want to relate with you better. So we want to know you better. We want to, and then we want to know which area we should be relating with you. Not just, in every area. You cannot just be doing everything. So that's what we're trying to get with that. Then streamline our procurement processes. When we streamline procurement processes, you know what it is for you also. So we'll have a quick turnaround. And that's the essence of doing this vendor categorization. Then for us to be able to make informed decisions regarding resource allocation, risk management, and strategic partnership. So it is important that we do this vendor categorization so that we can achieve all this. And it's for the benefit of both parties. Then to maintain operational resilience. If we wish to know that supply market now is very, very dynamic, things changes like almost every day, especially in oil and gas. And so for us to be able to keep, to be able to fit into whatever comes, so we need that so that at the end of the day, both parties can benefit. So why you need to support us on this task? Vendor development is key. So because we also want to track performance of our vendors so that we can also see area we can support them. And then when we support you, it will also translate to more like a support benefit to us as well. So we are looking at that area. So facilitate targeted sourcing so that it will be easier for us to be able to source. So once we have certain numbers of vendors that we know they specialize in certain categories, so it will be easier for us to source. Then vendor performance repository, already I've mentioned that's going to help us to be able to track your performance. Then the objective vendor selection. So this one also will help us to improve the way we select you. So that it doesn't just be a kind of an arbitrary way. We just look at, put everybody together in one place. No. But once we have this vendor categorization, we will be able to treat your submission objectively, because we know that there are certain information that have been collected, there are certain evidence that have been collected that you are able to fit into that particular category we're looking at. So, and all this will translate to more business opportunities for both parties. Then, how to participate as a registered vendor. So, questionnaire has already been deployed, and the instructions to go about it is there. So, like I said earlier, my colleague will come on board later to come and take us through this questionnaire. It's not a tedious process, so it's very seamless. It's just for you to follow and see things that can be done quickly. So this questionnaire, you will see there that it will limit you to 5 categories. We had a lot of deliberation before we come to these 5 categories, and we also, got to know that that actually is the best practice. And these 5 categories we're also talking about, they are actually broad. So in fact, for you to be able to cover one category sufficiently, that means you have a lot of resources around that particular category. Then we also want to look at your financial capacity, and that's why we have asked for some of the things that we have asked for, but later my colleague will go into the detail of that. So the other one, I'm also talking to some of the requirements that you need in that form. So, but I don't want to bore us with that, since the form is still going to be displayed, and then you will see how you can fill the form, and some of these requirements are there. Then this one talks to the email that we sent to you. So if you see this email in your box, so it's not like from a scammer, or it's not like a spam mail, but it's genuine. So if you look at it, that's the way the emails look like. So just to show you. So anytime you see it, maybe you can go back, because some of you that have been hesitating whether you should, go through this link or not. Maybe you can go back to your mail now and check. I think the last one we sent was October 17. So you can go there, check your mail again, and if you have not attended to it, you can then go and look at it. Then this is the sample of the questionnaire, which my colleague, Mr. Mibaka Noya, will be going through. So we'll be taking you through this form. Thank you very much.
All right, we have just 4 space for question and answer.
Sorry. We are not done. It's going through the form. No, you can. You're going to do this way.
So I am the colleague that you have been waiting for. Apologies for the short delay. My job is to show you or demonstrate how to use or engage with this form. My name is Mebaka Noya, and I'm part of the categorization team of the NNPC. We want to assure you the form is easy to engage with, and the information you're providing is safe and it's for your own good, just as it is for our own use. As he has explained, when you get the mail, we sent the last one October 17th. If you are registered, that mail should reach you. But if you are not received the mail, no issue. So long as you have registered now, we have your detail, your email, we will still send to you. Okay? First thing we expect is for you to provide your detail. Company name. As soon as you click the link, it will take you to the page. The page shows you this, and you impute your company name. There is a button here, a drop down, vendor details. That's what it will come out to be. When you have done that, we require to know how financially capable you are. The entire objective is to be able to group our vendors so that we do not mismatch your capacity with other group. Just as, let us akin this to you coming here. You have registered downstairs. But when you come here, an usher leads you to a desk, a table, right? So that you'll be in one group for the purpose of offering a fair opportunity to all our vendors, so that you don't stay with us for an entire year, no job. Vendor, how do you survive? We partner in that sense, right? So, we expect you to give us your audited financial statement. If you look through it, the information required is easy. Your turnaround, the turnover, your revenue for 2024, 2023, 2022. You just put the value in the box provided. After you do that, we asked for your non-current asset. It's also in your audited financial statement. You copy the value exactly as it is, because that value enables us know where you will be suitable. As soon as you do that, there is an upload. We need evidence. We believe you, but we want to see. You just drag and drop that financial statement, the audited financial statement, which corresponds to the year that you have imputed those values for. You drag and you drop it. This is, go down, this is 2022. So you put for 2024, you put for 2023, you put for 2022. So it's just, you repeat the three process, and that's all. That's all for the financial. However, we recognize that there are new companies. There are companies who are just registered to do business. So if you do not have this, no problem. You don't need to forge anything. You don't need to fake anything. You just belong to another category. Right? So, that being done, we go to the next area. We want you to tell us, what can you do? What are you proficient in doing? Where are your strengths? Sell yourself. But in doing that, in our system, we have about 363 categories that we have spelled out. So we have a link here to guide you. Examine what you do. Use that link. Choose. You don't need to type, just choose which one corresponds and describes your own proficiencies, your capabilities. You have the opportunity to choose 5 of them. 5. We can discuss if you have, you want to explore the possibility of expanding that. But for now, choose 5. And for each of those 5, prove to us that you have done this thing before somewhere else or with us before. No problem. Show us evidence. POs, job completion certificates, anything that is an evidence to show that you have capacity in that area. You upload those. But first category, second category, third, fourth, and fifth. you provide those details. Those details, as I said, job completion certificates, license to operate. You have registered with NUPRC. You have an affiliation with major OEMs. Something to show that you own that niche. You can deliver if you are invited. Because the entire object of this is for you to be able to deliver on any opportunity that is made available to you. But to do that, you have to enter the door. You have to be grouped to have those opportunities sent to you. POs have to be sent to you. But if we do not categorize you in that group, we will not know to send to you. Now, all these evidences, you just pick and drop, and that's all. You tell us some other things. Do you have certifications to authenticate anything? Do you have personnel who are skilled in those areas? The objective is sell yourself to us and help us to group you properly. And that's all. As soon as you have done that, you are good and dry. You will click the submit, and you will have a response automatically telling you that your form has been submitted. If in the future or before you, in just a short while after you've submitted, you recall something, you want to make an alteration, you can go back to that receipt that you had and click it, and you can edit for the time being. Now, we have received reports earlier of the link being deactivated after a while. I don't know if any of you have engaged the link here. Not to bother. The categorization team is available 24 hours a day. Send a mail. We will respond to you. We'll go to our back end. If it has been deactivated, expired, whatever it is, we'll try and rectify it from our own part. We'll respond to you accordingly and encourage you to go back. If it is from your own end, there are other complaints of IP address being banned or whatever. Those could be from your own security systems. Usually we advise use another device so that if there is a security restriction, you can get around that. But please be assured, this link is from the NNPC. And the purpose is what we have just described. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. So there is a question on ground, yes. Maybe I can answer that one first. Whether this categorization we're doing is the same as NIPEX. Okay, so it's not the same. So this is for NNPC group. NIPEX is for different purpose. So you still have to do this. Thank you.
Okay, you. Your name and your organization, please. A bit louder.
Okay, my name is Choma and I work with SGS Inspection Services. Okay, so we received it and I was able to download the link of categories and it's not explicit enough. So I sent an email to get details because so we won't choose. You guys limited it to 5 categories. And I'm seeing explosive material, no details of what it is. So we need explanation so that we can choose rightly the categories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll receive your mail, definitely. So we're working on that. However, to make it clear, the basis for this our categorization, these categories that we have, is not like we invented from nowhere. It's actually based on United Nations Standard Product and Service Code. So, and that code is available online free of charge. So when you look at that code, you'll be able to see, you know, the distribution of item to the level of commodity that will give you for each category we have selected. For in our own case, we have adopted the family level. So, but if you take each family level, look at all the commodity, you can see all the commodity listed under each of the categories. So that will provide further guide for you to be able to go straight and do that. We could not attach that document here because it's very bulky, and you know, it might discourage you guys if you see that kind of bulky document here. It's actually very, very big. So, but that's that. But we're looking at those items, and if there is need to expand beyond 5 for any reason, I mean for a tangible reason, probably we might do that. But I want to believe that we might be able to capture all the items you have sent under the other 5 categories. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sabina with Philips Pharmaceuticals. So I was able to.
Can you please hold on? Sorry.
Could you hold on just to help buttress what my colleague is saying? We have received your complaint. We are looking at it, and there is a possibility of engaging you one-on-one so that we can help you streamline what you intend to choose and guide properly. Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay, again, my name is Sabina with Philips Pharmaceuticals. I was able to access the link, attach everything, and then fill up and submit. I got a message, I can't remember exactly what it said, but it's along the line of duplicate response or something. So I tried to submit again, go through the link and fill up everything, got the same message. So now I don't know if I submitted successfully or something. Now if I had submitted successfully, would I have received like a mail telling me completed successfully or something? Or is there a way I can go back and check to see that I actually submitted?
Okay, thank you. I think we have gotten a complaint of that nature before. The reason why you got the message duplicate submission meant that the first submission was successful. You understand? Yes, you may have clicked twice. Yeah, so as soon as you click submit, you just give it time, it will respond to you. But you click twice and it will say, you have done it before, duplicate. However, just to give you comfort, we'll take down the name of your company. We'll check from our record to confirm that your submission has been received. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is Dolapo from Sheraton Hotel. My question goes to us. We currently have a registration on Ariba network already, but in the process of trying to register, we see that we have different profiles already on the platform. Although we registered and everything looks good, I just want to clarify, will there be a challenge in future, or how do we match all of these profiles together?
Okay, thanks. So that question goes to registration team. So definitely, so what you do is there is an email for registration team, right? When you register.
Sure.
So you can communicate to them, and that they should delete the other profile for the other name. Thank you.
All right, do we have any more questions? Okay, hold on.
Together with the registration team to get your that information. Thank you.
All right. Please, if you have a similar that have been asked, you can just hold on to save time. We have help desks at the back. You can put out inquiry, please. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Olushola Adetuji. I represent Arit of Africa Limited. This categorization that you have just taken us through, I want to find out, is this something that will have to be updating every time? Because I see that there are some statutory documentations that you need to put. Do you now have to be going there every year, like we do with NIPEX, for instance, to go and put your new documentations.
Okay, so normally we have a review in place that will look at it maybe for now we're looking at annually. So, but if you have specific case, like there are certain things that have changed in the documentations, so you can write to us maybe through this categorization at nnpcgroup.com. So you can write to us and indicate what has changed so that we can also go and update it. Thank you.
All right, just one more question. One last question. Anyone? One last question? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Chineyeze. I represent Oasis Corporate Systems. So my question is this. My observation, it would appear that, okay, for us, we fill the form, but we didn't get that acknowledgement email in our mailbox. So we are considering going back to fill the form again. But we hear from a lady here that it would appear that you will get a duplicate submission. So, and this form looks like when you submit, it just disappears into the cloud. You know, I would have thought that we would see a situation where when you fill the form, even if you don't get confirmation email, maybe you click the link again, it takes you back to a place that says, oh, you submitted this before, this is what you did before, do you want to update it? Because peradventure you didn't classify properly or you didn't categorize properly. And based on this meeting, you see something that you didn't see before, and you want to make that correction. How do we do it? So that's the dilemma that I have now. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the company name again, please?
Oasis Corporate Systems Limited.
Oasis. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a valid concern. Thank you for bringing it up. I recall that while I was making the presentation, I mentioned it, that you could go back and edit if a few ideas come up, you want to change something. So you require that acknowledgement. Sorry, we're a little brief. So you didn't get the acknowledgement, that is your issue. Probably a system error, I cannot for now explain why. However, I will take your email just to confirm for you for now. No, you recall, just as you mentioned, duplicates, exactly, let's avoid it. It's not as if it's an issue. You can do that just to give yourself comfort, but I'll take your email. We'll check from our own back end. If your submission was successful, we'll see it and we'll correspond to you. Will that do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the team at the back there, so in case you have any peculiar issue that you still want to discuss with us, we're available for you. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you so very much. Put a round of applause for Mr. BC, please. Adebisi. Thank you, and his colleague. Thank you so very much, sirs. So like he said, if you have any further clarification, you just approach the help desk behind and you'll get further information. A quick one, please. Before we go on a tea break, I just want to test our brain, our minds a bit. You know, we've had this first lecture, and I tell you, what I've taken out is that Ariba platform, procurement platform, gives you opportunities for more business, right? Hello, right? Yes. Okay, now tell me, how many accounts do we have? 2. Somebody say 12. Just testing. Okay, you have it 2, right? Hold it there. From the back, can you name the accounts? The 2 accounts from the back. Let me see those that were listening. From behind, please. I know you guys, I mean, you know, those that comes in front and all of that, they get all the juicy. No, you, sir. From the back, 2 accounts. Namely, first is what? Salary. Standard accounts, don't mind me. And the other one is what? Enterprise. Please be sure that you're on this platform. In spite of the challenges, be sure you're on this platform because there are so many benefits right? It's about process. Like he said, it's not so long, but it's just for you to dot your I's and cross the T's. If you have that done, I tell you, you're good to go. One other thing I took out is that it makes the payment faster. I mean, who don't want that? So please be encouraged to be part of the platform, okay? All right, we're going to be taking our tea break. We have just 20 minutes because we still have 3 more practical sessions to go today. So please, at this point, I want to say that we have 2 serving points for the tea break. One is on the ground floor, all right, which is the courtyard, or like they say, open sky. And also the other one is right behind us here at the restaurant, please. So you can choose wherever you want to go to. During the lunch, we can now have our categorization for the lunch. But right now, if you choose to go to the courtyard, which is the ground floor, fine. Or you want to use the restaurant. Sorry, excuse me. All right, so I understand that you have your lunch voucher, your lunch ticket with you. Please, if you have O1, you have to use the restaurant behind us here. And if you have O2, please go to the courtyard on the ground floor. You have 20 minutes so we can reconvene for the second session, please. Your time starts now. O1, restaurant, O2, ground floor, the courtyard. Thank you so very much. Please remember you have just 20 minutes, and also you can use this time to connect, network with your industry colleagues. automated. Please, please be part of this. As we move into the technology space, we need to be part of this constantly to avoid those paperwork, to avoid avoid traveling to a city that you don't know waiting for you ahead. Be part of this platform so you can, do all of your inquiries, solutions, all of that, right at the spot or probably at the comfort of your home. Ariba procurement platform is where to be right now. And that's why NMPC Limited is putting up this Scm Supplier Summit to engage you, to familiarize you with the platform. And if you have any questions, please always visit the help desk. I'm sure you'll be well attended to. Okay, I think we have almost 80 to 90% in the house now. I hope we're all refreshed. Hello, vendors, suppliers, are we all refreshed? Are you sure? Because this please. When must it be that when I insist? It's only when I insist. I want to ask you personally, sir. Are you refreshed? You're ready for the next session? It's practical. So if you insist. Okay. Please, I'd like us to settle down. We are going to the second practical session right now. And it's about sourcing and contract management. If we're ready, our facilitator is a SAP procurement consultant and digital supply chain specialist with hands-on experience deploying and optimizing SAP Ariba sourcing, buying and invoicing, and supplier enablement solution. Our facilitator holds a bachelor degree of technology in mathematics. That's to tell you who is coming on board. Bachelor degree in technology, mathematics, and also statistics from FUTMINA. Please, participants, I need you to join me and welcome. Please put your hands together as we welcome this facilitator, please. I only invite him in if I hear your hand clap. I know you are all refreshed, you're ready for the next session, but please, let's welcome him with a hand clap. Let's welcome Salau Michael, please. Please put your hands together to come take us on sourcing and contract management. I'm sure we need that information too. Mr. Salau, please. Okay, I want you guys to keep clapping, please, I think. Let's welcome him, please. A warm welcome, please. At this point, I insist, please, let's welcome him, please. Mr. Michael. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Salau, and I'll be walking you through how to navigate Ariba for you to respond to any order from NMPC, and also for you to respond to any invitation to bid. So how do you go about responding to such order, to such invitations? That's what we are going to achieve today with my quick demonstration. If we have time, I will log into the system so you can also see that bit as well. But the steps should be very clear, and I'll try my best to be as detailed as possible so you can, capture the process once and for all. So without taking too much time, I have a presentation for this. is this? All right. You received an email from NMPC that you're supposed to, it came in this form: Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC. Ignore the test. This is a test account. It wouldn't come with a test. You receive an email. It says a new purchase order was sent to you. What do? This is an engagement from the business to say, respond to this RFP, this order, and carry out the service. Now, how do you go about this process? You click on the email that you've received. This email will come in this format. It will come with also a PDF document speaking to the item you're supposed to respond to. Now, when you open the email, it will come in this form, like this. New purchase order from NMPC. Test is waiting for your response on SAP Business Network. It would have an initial greetings to your company name stated there. Lumify. In this case, this is an example of a vendor, Lumify. Now, once it comes in, there will also be an option, a button for you to click process order. This button will take you to your login page, which then allows you to sign in and access the content of the order. The order could be for the procurement of office equipment, say laptops. Now, when this order comes in, first thing to note is the email. You have to get an email. You need to receive an email from the business. This is the engagement. This is the mail that engage you to execute that job. Now, once you see that email, look out for the option purchase order. This button is what will take you to that login page to allow you log into the portal. Now, what does the login page looks like? Exactly like you can see on the screen. First, you'll be shown a box for you to enter your username. Your username would be in an email format. Say, in this example, lumify@gmail.com, or the email you have chosen while you're registering. Remember, you can't receive an order without registering with the business. So we are assuming you're fully registered and you're onboarded. You have all your registration done successfully, and you've been issued your number as designed. This then allows you to receive your purchase order. Now, this order, once you click process order, you should be taken to this sign-in page after clicking that process order. Enter your username. In some cases, your username could be different from your email address, and just use the correct email. If you can't remember, you can just use forget username or forget password. Take you to where you can recover your email or password. Then, once you enter your email, my laptop is updating at the right time. So once you click on the process order, you should then be taken to the email, the site, which allows you to enter your username and password. As soon as you enter your username and password, it will take you to Ariba network. Remember, the earlier speaker said the network is a hub. All suppliers, those both global or local, receive any transaction, electronic order, through the network. Now, when you want to action those orders, you go to service.ariba.com or wait to receive the email that is sent to you. That email has that pathway to log you into the network. Now, once you're logged in, you should see the option to confirm the order. You know, if it's for a service, you do a service entry to confirm that the job has been done, and this is the details of a job that you executed successfully. And if it's for a goods, you do an advance shipment notice to notify the business that this job has, this item would get to you at this specified date. And that would notify the business and updates the order that has been sent to you. I won't be able to show that to you right now with this laptop. I will have to switch quickly so we can see that together. Now, once you are logged into your account successfully, there'll be a button at the top says process confirm orders. We have 3 order confirmation updates for you. The first is to confirm the entire order. Say it's a request for you to provide 500 laptops and you only have 100 in stock. You want to respond to this order. Do you confirm entire order? No. You have to only respond to the orders you have, the items you have in your stock. In such case, you update the line item. When you update, it's also there. When you click on the confirm order, you see the option either to confirm entire order or to update line item. So when you update line items, the system will then show you an option to fill in the quantity you want to confirm the order for. You can then go ahead, enter the quantity, and submit. Once you confirm the order, your status will be updated to your PO, allowing you to see the stage the stage of your transaction. It would also label it there that the order confirmation has been done. You see the option partially confirmed in such cases because you didn't confirm everything. So you see partially confirmed. Once you can see that's shown to you on the screen. I'm just trying to buy time so my laptop will update completely. Then I will show you on the screen. So you see the option to then proceed. You see it will update on the PO to say order partially confirmed. But in a case where you have all the 500 items, all you need to do is just confirm entire order. Once you confirm entire order, it will just take you to a confirmation page to say, okay, what dates and what dates. You enter those dates. This is the date, the expected delivery dates. You don't have the exact date yet, but you can then put the start and the end date when you believe the item will get to the business. And once you enter that, it will then take you to a confirmation page asking you to double check. Are this entry correct? If it's correct, you can then submit. Now, one thing you should have at the back of your mind is for every transaction, the system is allowing you to keep track of this transaction by asking for another confirmation ID, or it will always come there. It's a unique ID for you as a business to track your order. So if you have to document your transactions, you can track that order at any point in time. You can search based on the confirmation ID and also use that to better trace the transactions you've had with the business NMPC. Now, once you enter this unique ID, it's left for you. You can define your ID using your initials. In this case, we saw Lumify as the company, right? It could be LF10001, just a unique identifier. It can be anything. It can be your company internal identifier, something to help you track these or confirmations. Now, once you've done that, you can then proceed to submitting this order confirmation. Like I said, if you confirm entire order, it will show order and confirmed. If you confirm partially some of the orders, it will show partially confirmed. So just look out for that status. It will help you know what stage you are. Now, once you've confirmed your order, the next step is to notify the business. For the example I'm giving you, the goods. You notify the business that this item is on transit and it will get to you at so date. So what you do then is to click the advance notice. It's also there. It will be available to you. You can just go to the purchase order details. You can see the details of the order, what the business is engaging you to provide. You can also then see the option to send an advance notice to the business to notify them of the item that they are requesting. In this advance notice, you will also be asked to enter your ID, unique advance notice ID, to better track your order or document your orders. So when you enter that unique advance ID, you can then enter the date you expect it to get to the business, or the part number, or any other additional information that will help them know the parcel number. If you have a carrier service and you need to update those details, you can capture those information in your advance notice and submit it to the business. As soon as you've submitted it, just await the business receiving this item. Once they receive the item, they can then receive the item on the system. Once the item has been received, it will then allow you invoice for what has been received. The button will be grayed out at first. Invoice will be grayed out until the item has been received. Only when the item has been received, only then can you invoice for that goods. So if there are issues or disputes, that will also be catered for by the system. All right. So once, say amongst the 100 items, just 98 were accepted. Maybe at the course of shipping, one of the laptops broke and they didn't receive all the items. They only received 98. You'll only be able to invoice for 98 items while you're on the system. You can then take it up with them and arrange for a replacement if possible. Once that has been then shipped into the business, you can then, and they've received that 2 missing items, you can then proceed to invoice for those items that went bad at the course of shipping. All right. That's for goods-related transactions. For service-related transaction, on the other hand, the steps are similar but quite different. Now the only difference is when you receive an order, the same process, you get an email from the business, like you saw earlier. The email will have the company name and also the details of the order, including a PDF document speaking to the items inside. Now, once you've gone through everything, you've confirmed, okay, this item I can deliver as agreed. Probably most likely there would have been a proposal that you've participated in, and the outcome of this proposal was this purchase order you're receiving. Say it was an invitation to tender that you participated before, and you agreed with the business that you get this job done at this rate from this time to this time, and then an order is then sent to you asking you to commit to this agreement and execute the job. In such instance, this purchase order will come to you with the name of the company and also the details of the agreement. In that, say if it's a milestone base, it will come with the milestone 1, and then also the amount agreed and other essentials to that order. Once you receive that, you do the same thing as you did for goods. You click what? Process order. Once you click process order, it will take you directly to your browser. It will then attempt to log you into service.ariba.com. Once you're there, you can then enter your username and password. This then logs you in directly to your account. As you're logged in, you can then commence your order confirmation. Once you confirm the order, next thing you're doing is to, assuming you've done the job, the first milestone is over. It was a consulting service. You've done your job. You now want to invoice for this job. But to invoice for the job, you have to enter the job that you've executed. That's what we call the service entry. Now, this service entry is a button at the screen just beside your order confirmation. Engaging this button takes you to a form asking you to enter your entry number. Like I said, Ariba wants you to track all your transaction on the network. So you can enter your unique entry number and fill in the details. In most cases, the details would include a service start and service end date. Once you've entered that, you then go to the unplanned item. You can add the unplanned item, which would include giving a short description of the item, this job you are done, just a short description. You can feed that in and enter the amount that was agreed for that milestone and the currency. And once you're done with that, you can then submit. Once you submit, if there are any error, say the amount you enter is slightly different from what was agreed, the system will throw you an error to tell you that it does not conform. It said exceed maximum agreed amount for line item exceeded. You won't be able to proceed. So what you need to do is just go back to your purchase order, validate the amount that was agreed for that milestone, and enter that exact amount in that amount field there. Once you've proposed the amount field, once you've done that, you can then submit this service entry. It will take you to a confirmation screen asking you to validate what you confirm the entries you made, and once you're done, you'll rest assured that every of the entry is correct. You can then submit your service entry. This submission would update your order. Like I said, every of your transaction is being logged. The system helps you do that. So your order would have a new status, says serviced. It will just tell you there. It will be in the purchase order. It will show serviced. Now, once it's showing serviced, you can be rest assured that it has been sent to the business. All you need to do is follow up with the business to confirm the acceptance of the service. What is left for the business to do is to accept the service you've rendered, that you've entered. They will then review internally and follow the process to validate the service has been rendered successfully as it should, and your invoice button will then be available once it has been accepted. You can then invoice for the service rendered. There's a team that I think there's one of my bosses would explain further how the invoicing work in detail, so you can also have that vivid picture of what it entails. But on a surface level, what you're doing basically is you're entering a unique invoice number, confirming the details of what you're invoicing for. You can see the amount that is charged for tax, the VAT amount, all that details is there. You can then submit the invoice to the business. It would update and validate that the invoice has been sent successfully. And for all these transactions, you will always receive an email sent. If you confirm an order, a corresponding email will be sent back to you telling you that the order has been confirmed successfully. Say your service entry was done, you also receive a confirmation from the Ariba network that you have successfully entered your service successfully. Like I said, successfully. And same goes to your invoice. Once you've done you've invoiced, you've successfully invoiced, you get that confirmation as well to send to your email. Now, I want to believe the process is more abstract. There's nothing to speak to what I'm saying, but it's as said. Mainly, an order is sent to you. You confirm the order. Once the order is confirmed, you then proceed to the next stage. If it's for goods, you do you do an advance notice telling the business that this item is en route and asking them to, prepare themselves for the item that is being shipped to them. If that including the shipment ID or the carrier person, any of the information that speaks to the item that is en route, to get them to be aware, and details to that shipment. You can have that captured in your advance notice and then submit that successfully. Finally, my laptop is back, so we can then just touch on the screenshots of all these stages. Remember the first stage, an email was sent to you from NMPC and it comes in this format. Now, just as this part is just my inbox. At the top, you can see that's my inbox. Here is just the content of the email. It won't come like this per se. This is my inbox, and the header is showing. You can see the timestamp there. Says Nigerian National Petroleum has sent you a purchase order. Once I open this email, I get to see all of this. This then shows me the details of the item, and also it will also show you your email address and your option to process order. Now, once I click process order, it takes me to this screen, asking me to, it takes you directly to the browser. Initially you're on your email. If you're going through your email from your browser, it just opens a new tab for you, and then takes you to service.ariba.com, asking you to enter your username and your password. But if you're using your application, it will open your browser for you, and next you'll be seeing is the option to log in with your username and password. If you have successfully logged in, you would be taken to this page. This is what the page looks like. The system takes you directly to this page. It will show you the order number. Remember the document you saw? It came with the order number, correct? You can validate that against the order you're seeing. You can see 5000429. That's the order number. And also, you can then see the option for you to confirm the order. Like I said also before, you have three options. One, you can confirm the entire order if you have everything in stock. Two, you can update the line items to tell the business the amount, the items you have in stock if you don't have all of them. And three, you can choose to reject the order. It's not enforcing. Once an order is sent to you, there's an option for you to also reject that order. It's not compulsory. If you don't have the capacity to execute the job at the time, you can reject the order. Next is the shipment notice. There are a few pointers here just so that you can know what they mean. As you can see on my screen, the first point is the entire order, like I said, speaks to confirming the entire supply of the order that is requested. And number two, to update line item speaks to, changing, just specifying the quantity that you have available and then responding to that quantity alone. And the last, rejecting the option, declines the order completely. And if you can see the status I was referring to, that it's always going to update, is just by the right. Can you see the status there, by the right? Purchase order currently is saying new because you just received it. As soon as you confirm the order, that will change automatically to confirmed. If you confirm the entire order, but in a case where you confirm some of the orders, it will show partially confirmed. Let's move next to the. Assuming we click on confirm entire order, what do we see? It takes to this screen here, and it also updates you that on this transaction you're running. In this case, you're confirming a PO, and it's telling you that there are two phases to this. First is for you to enter the confirmation details, and next is to review what you're confirming. Like I said, that's the first and two stages. One, to confirm the order. Two, to review what you're confirming. Also, when you click in that form, you're going to see the option to enter the confirmation ID. Sometimes we get suppliers confused. I'm seeing a confirmation ID. They didn't send that to me with the PO. What's going on? This PO is it's not for me. That confirmation ID is for you to enter yourself. It's your unique confirmation ID. You can use any, structure to better collect that information. It's for your personal Thank you. I was supposed to hide what they said. They say I'm using bedroom voice. So I'll try to be more audible. I hope you can hear me from the back. Is it better? Thank you very much. Like I said before, to confirm the entire order, in this example, all you need to do is select the PO, the process order. It takes you to your browser. You log in with your username and password. Remember your username and password. If you have forgotten it, click forget order. It will just send you an email, and the process to retrieve your account will also be sent to you. You can use that step to retrieve your account and then log in. Once you're logged in, it will take you to this page. This page shows you the order you're trying to respond to. In this example, you're confirming there's an option for you to confirm entire order, create shipment notice, and do all that. It comes with also an order status. It speaks to the state of the order. In this case, the order is still new. We have not transacted with it yet. So it's still a new order. And the first transaction is to confirm the order, which I said like 5 times now. Next is then if you have all the items in stock, you can confirm entire order. If you don't have all of them, you can just update line item. And if you don't want to respond to the order, you can reject order. Once you've done that, it will take you to the next screen, asking you to enter the details of this confirmation, like your confirmation ID. And remember, your confirmation ID is unique to you. It's not from the business. It's not the business that is going to give that to you. You can structure how you want to confirm your order, a unique identifier for all your order confirmation. Any initial can be used, or just a serial number. Whichever one you adopt is fine. The system will just assume you will take that on going forward to track all your order confirmation. Once you've done that, next you need to do is just fill in a reference. If it's not any information that is compulsory, would have a red asterisk at the top. So if it's not with the red asterisk, no, it's not compulsory. You can ignore that. But like example, the confirmation ID has a red asterisk, but because of our screen, you can't see that clearly here. The asterisk is there to say that this is compulsory. You need to enter that. Next is your shipment date, estimated shipment date. You can see the EST beside it. It's just saying an estimate, because we believe once you're certain, you create your notice, right? The notice speaks to the exact time it will get to the business and when it will be shipped. So here in the confirmation page is just an estimate date, and you can enter that date as a forecast date for the item to get to the business. This is for a goods, remember. It's a shipment for provision of an item. Next, once you're done that, the other bottom part is speaking to the details of the order. It's just showing you what the amount is and what's the name of the item that they're asking you to provide. Once you've reviewed that and you've confirmed all the details and it aligns with what you have in stock, you can click next. It will take you to the confirmation page. And the confirmation page looks like this. It will just show you all that you've entered. In this case, the date you've entered. In this example, it's not showing everything in details, but you will see the details of that confirmation. All that you've entered in the initial screen is what you see here. Anything you won't see something outside of what you've confirmed. So once you've done that and you submit, and you click submit, you will then see it'll take you back to your order screen. The first screen we were before. Remember this screen? It'll take you back to this screen once you've submitted your order, and the status will update. Like you can see here, it's showing 500429 is confirmed. That's how the status will update. If it's partially, it will also show you that it has been partially confirmed. Now that's how you do another confirmation. Next part is how do you update line items. Remember I said you can do parts, you can confirm some of the item, you can confirm entire order. And if it's some of the item, the system will ask you how many of the items do you want to confirm, and you can then enter the details there correctly. If you want to reject any, you can enter the amount you want to reject. It's not very clear, but it's similar to this. The environment is a lot similar. It's exactly what you're seeing here. It's just my screen is not very clear. But once you're done entering the quantity you want to confirm, you can then, if there's a backlog or backlogs or back order that you don't have, an item you don't have in stock currently, you can just put that there and tell the business that you don't have that in stock, or just confirm the ones you have and submit. It would update your status accordingly. And if you want to reject your order, it will show you the screen here, asking you to enter a confirmation ID. to acknowledge that you're the one rejecting the item. Give a quick comment while you're rejecting it. It's not compulsory if you don't want to give a comment. It's left for you to go ahead with, pick the choice, but it's required. At least give a comment while you're rejecting the order and submit your order, your rejection. That's how you can confirm your order. This is the flow. Remember, the first thing, you receive a purchase order, an email. There has to be an email. It can't happen without an email. An email will be sent to you as soon as the order has been sent to you. You can see the email. You can go to your inbox and check for that. Once you've done that, you can open the email and click the process order to be directed to the login page. Once you've done that, you can then move to the next stage of logging into with your credential. We are assuming that you have all the details of your login details in hand. You can just enter all of that and log in. Next, you can click the order confirmation and confirm the entire confirm order. And finally, you can then select confirm entire order if you have all the items in stock, and enter your confirmation ID before finally submitting the order. It will then update your status to tell you your order has been confirmed successfully. Next is your service sheet. Remember, it's for a service. You're supposed to do a service entry once the job has been done. This is just to show a visual map of what happens. You remember the order has already been confirmed. You can see that. It's only after the order has been confirmed that you proceed to the next item, which is the service entry for service-related orders. You can then proceed to click the Create Service Sheet. Once you click the Create Service Sheet, it will take you to this form here, asking you to enter the service sheet ID. It's also unique to you. It's your own personal unique identifier. It means to track all your service entry. Once you've done that, you can enter the service description. And once you've entered your service description, it will ask you to, one of the requirements is to attach a document. You can attach your purchase order document so that it would allow you through. And you enter your service start and end date. Very important. When you enter your service start and end date, you can proceed to the line items itself. It moves next to that. At the bottom of the screen, you will see the option for you to add unplanned item. This then shows you the details of the order, which in my initial explanation, you have to add a short description of the service you have rendered and enter the currency and the amount to then allow you to submit your order. Once you've submitted your service entry, you will see the status updates successfully, saying the order has been serviced, and you also receive an email telling you that as well. That's how this is the flow. Once again, validate the order is confirmed in order details. Click the service sheet, and next enter service sheet ID and attach order document. And you go to the next stage with add unplanned item and enter agreed service amount and currency. Next, after that, you can click next to review your submission and finally submit. Your order will be updated accordingly. I think, let me just take it here a little bit. Your order will be updated accordingly. You can go back to your PO to see the details of the status of your order. In most cases, if it's all if the engagement has been done successfully, it will show service. If it's just partially, it will also show partially service. If you didn't service all the order, say some bits of the line items has been serviced and some has not, it will show partially serviced. But in most cases, if you've serviced all the item, if you've done all the job and you're doing a service entry for all the job that has been asked of you in the purchase order, you can then, it will update the order to a service status. Finally, like I said, if it's for goods-related transaction, you do an advanced shipment notice. And this is what the notice looks like. It will show create ship notice. And it will ask you to enter in the details, like the parcel slip ID. And, the details of the item that is en route. The parcel ID, you can enter that correctly. And next, you can enter the shipment dates and the delivery dates. When do you intend to have the item en route, and when is the item expected to be delivered to NMPC, the location in the PO. You can have that entered here correctly, and you can see the shipment quantity is based on what you have confirmed. If you only confirm 10, the advance notice will only be for 10 items. So if you can't do an advance notice for more than the item that you've confirmed. So once you've done that, you can then click next to submit and review the entry and submit. So once you've done that, this is the flow again. Once again, to notify the business of a delivery, you validate the order and click advance notice, then also enter unique notice ID, delivery dates, and click next to review and submit. The steps are very simple, Ravi, very short and direct. So let me show you quickly what the email would look like. Proper email. Yes. Can you help with that? Okay, you can. Okay. I got an email from my phone that says a purchase order was sent to me from NMPC Group. I want to attend to this order, but I have not logged into my laptop, so I'm doing that. It's an hypothetical scenario. I'm trying to log into my email on my laptop to attend to the order that I received. I saw the confirm. I've received the email on my phone. I can attest to that, but I'm trying to log into my laptop to respond to the order. What are the steps? Remember, you have to log into your email correctly. In this example, I will log into the correct email. Once I log into my email, I use the correct password. If you have multiple verification like I do, you can just validate that you're the one logging in, and you can click yes or 5, the number that is showing on the screen in the exam. This is just an example, like I said. I'll just click yes, it's me, and I'll validate that I'm the one logging in to my email. Once I'm done logging in to my email, all I need to do is navigate my inbox. Now, once I'm at my inbox, I can just search. So I had to start some of them for you to see. In an example, I just go to the start. But ideally, you go to your inbox. At your inbox, you can check all your recent updates and look for an order. Let me just search. Now this is an example. This is how it comes. You can see an NPC sent you an email. Once I click on the email, I get to see the details of that order. This is what it looks like. And I can see it came from an NPC group, and you can now see the option to click process order. Once I click process order, it will take me, this example is on the browser I viewed my mail. So you just open a new tab for me to log in with my details. And in this example, I will log in with my email, the username for Lumify. Let's go back to the email once again. You can see, what's the email saying? A new purchase order was sent from an NPC group, and it's saying, hello Lumify. It's your name, your company name that will be shown there. In an example, this is Lumify. This is a company called Lumify. It's saying, hello Lumify. You see this is an email sent to you from an NPC group. Click process order to access the contents of this order. You can scroll down more to see details. And like I said, there will be an attachment. I can just view the attachment to see, okay, what is this order that was sent to me? You can see the order number at the top. This is what the order looks like. I can review the order. It says it's for a test item and it's a service. The amount is just a penny, $1 in this example, and I'm supposed to respond to this order. All I need to do is I review everything. Okay, I think I can do this. I'll just do this job for them for free, $1. And once once I've confirmed that I know the details of this order, I can then move to the next stage, which is for me to click process order. I will click process order. It will take me to this page that I just saw here. Let's close this and try this again one more time. I click process order. It takes me directly to this page, the business network, service.ariba.com. Here, I would then enter my username, lumify@gmail.com. As soon as I click enter the email, username, I will just click next. Your username will always be in an email format. In case you've forgotten it for a long time, you can just use the email you received the purchase order. You can use that as your username to log into your account. Once you've entered, if you can't remember the password and you've tried your favorite password, you can click forget password to retrieve your email. Here, I'll just enter the password. I still remember it, so I'll just enter it quickly. Sorry. Oh, I didn't remember it. Sorry. So I still remember it. It's still here. So you can see as soon as I entered the password, it took me directly to the order, and it's saying purchase order 5000436 is available for me to respond to. I can see the order details. If I scroll down further, I get to see the details of the order. If you look at it, does it conform to the PDF we saw? Yes, it did. So we've confirmed and validated that it's the same order. Now we want to respond to this order. Also notice the order status is showing new because it's a new order. We've not responded to it before. What do I do next? I believe everyone knows that. I've said that like too many times. What do I do? Confirm order. All I'll do is just click confirm order. In this case, I'll confirm entire order because I can do all the jobs. So I'll confirm entire order. And as soon as I confirm entire order, it takes me to this form. Do I need an NPC to give me any ID? No, it's my own personal ID I'll put here. In this case, I'll say LC1001 because I want to track them. I can just keep adding, make 1002, 1003 for any new order. I can track it like that. And next, if there's any, you can enter a reference document, reference number. It doesn't really, because there's no asterisk to it. It means it's not compulsory. You can ignore that. But the compulsory part is the estimated completion date. We need to know an estimated time that this job will be done. So I'll just click on the calendar icon. There will always be a calendar icon in that field for any date-related entries. So navigate to that calendar icon and click on it. It would show you the calendar dates. In this case, I believe I can do this before the 20th or before Thursday. And as soon as I enter the date, I can see 20th of November is shown to me because I selected that in the calendar. Once I'm done, I can scroll to the bottom to confirm everything and select next. Once I select next, it will then update. It show me the confirmation screen. Is this entry correct? Is this what you entered? I've looked at it. The ID number is correct. The service amount is correct. Everything is fine. I can now click the submit button. Once I click submit, you can see what happened. Did you notice any changes? Yeah? The order has changed, right? It's showing confirmed. That is notifying me that the order has been confirmed successfully. If I go to my inbox quickly, I should also get an email. As you can see, there's a confirmation mail sent to me saying order confirmation has been sent to NNPC successfully. There will always be an email sent to you after any transaction you've done on the system to notify you and confirm to you that this transaction has been done successfully. So always go back to your email if you need any reassurance to say, okay, have I done it successfully? I didn't see any magical changes happening. A quick way to confirm that is using your email. You can just go back to your email. You can see the updates there in your email. Next thing to do is, in this case, is a service. So what am I doing? Assuming I've done the job, what do I do? A service entry. So I'll just go to the screen there. I'll click Create Service Entry. Once I click that, I will be taken to this screen here as well. It says enter the service sheet amount. Like before, we enter our unique service sheet ID, right? In this case, I'll just go with SE. Make it different from your other confirmation. Use a different initials for that to help you maintain your entries correctly and track them. So you can use SES for all your service entry related transactions and CO for your confirmation related transaction. But just make sure you track your order and make sure it's a number that is really easy to maintain. So in this example, I'll say SES and I'll say 1001. And once I've done that, I can enter a quick service description. Say this is for test. Just scroll down. Notice there's no asterisk here, means it's not compulsory. You can skip all this. If you don't have other information, it's not compulsory. Like feed engineer, it's a test. There's no feed engineer for this test, so skip all these details. It's not compulsory. Skip to where matters the most, which is the bottom here, which asks that we add attachment. If I attempt to click next, the system would call my attention to the fact that I have not added an attachment. You can see, please correct the error. Oh, what's the error? Service starts and end date. I skipped that, so the system is also telling me I missed a very key information here. Who's the start and end date for this service? I'll just click on this. This date, it started today and it should end on Thursday, which is the 20th. Now I can just scroll down. Now the next thing to do is to add an unplanned item. This is the only part that some people find really tricky, but it's not tricky, it's very straightforward. All you're doing is, because you can't see you're doing a service entry, but you're not seeing any amounts, can you? No, you can't see an amount or the item itself that you're entering for. You're only seeing the option to fill in the date and the time. Where do you do that? Is by adding an unplanned item. If your order is sent to you and you're doing an entry and you can't see the amount, right? You add an unplanned item. And how do you do that is by going to the service sheet entry sheet lines. Notice the section is called service entry sheet lines. There in that section you can click add. When you click add, you see the option to add unplanned item. Once I click add unplanned item, notice what happened. You can see there are fields available to me to enter the amount, right? This is where I can now confirm and enter the amount that's been confirmed in the purchase order. We'll try a quick, we'll try to see if we can beat the system and put $1 million, you understand? So that we'll collect more money. But let's see how that works. So in a quick example, I'll put test here for the description and test here. And in the currency, you can see the option for it to, this is a service, remember, right? Next is to, the quantity is 1 unit. The unit is, we can put EA. EA stands for each. So you can use EA or AU activity anytime. Just note it down somewhere. You can put EA in the unit. It's important you put that. So you can put EA or AU when you are doing your service entry. Just note that down. At any point in time, you have to do it. And there's no amount shown there. Just put AU or EA. Once I've done that, this is the unit of measurement. Activity unit or each, any of them works. So in this case, where I'm trying to beat the system, I'll put $1 million. Why are you laughing? There's an option that is blank. So I'll just click update. As soon as I click update, it just updates the order with the details. And it's telling me that the currency cannot be changed because I did not enter a currency. So I'll just quickly move to the end of the line, and it was in USD, correct? So we just enter USD and scroll. It's even 10 million I enter. Wow. Very ambitious. So I'll put USD and I'll click update. And when I click update to just confirm the entry, what is the system telling me? The cumulative sum of the unplanned service sheet exceed the specified adult limit. The limit will not be disclosed. The service amount under this line exceed limit. Well, regardless, I want to submit, so I'll click next. What's happening? I can't proceed. That's because the amount is bigger than the amount that was agreed in our contract and the PO itself. So what we do in this case, we can just edit this to update it to the correct amount. We'll try again tomorrow. So we just scroll down to the bottom here and put $10. Is 1 or be 10? I'm still ambitious. Okay. I'll just put USD. Just move there to USD as well. And when I update, in the same box, is in the same box. The currency and the amount is in the same box. You can just put it in the same box. The amount, then space, put the currency. It must be case sensitive, but if you want to be formal like me, you can put cap lock and use make it case sensitive. So once you are done, you can see, is there any error shown to me? No, because everything everything is fine in this case. So I can click next. As soon as I click next, oh, I was so fast. I saw a confirmation screen and then I clicked submit. So you can save this sheet, and or you can sorry, this is the confirmation. Sorry, this is it. Well, as soon as I click next, it took me here, but I went to click exit by mistake. So it took me back to say, do I want to continue or do I want to save it? Yeah, so, or exit. In this case, I want to continue. So I went back to it and it showed me the confirmation screen. Here, I can now click submit. I've reviewed everything. It's small amounts, but what can I do? I agreed this, so I click submit. And once I click submit, I should receive a status to validate this transaction. If you want to print this for evidence sake, you can click print to just have this in your own repository there for your own personal consumption. And if they're asking for any confirmation of the service entry, you can send this forward to them because it would be available to you. To come with the title of the transaction, service sheets, and the details accordingly. Once you're done, you can just save it as a PDF. We know this trick now. We don't have a printer, but we want to save it as a PDF. We just click save to as PDF and click print. Once you click save, this document will be available to us in the location we desire. In this example, I will say desktop. I want to save to my desktop so I can look at it at every time. And if I open the file now, it has downloaded. This is what it looks like. This is your service sheets that you've done successfully. You can see the PDF. At any time, you can go back to it and review it. Now that's how you do a service entry. All you are waiting for next is to wait for the business to accept the service you claim to have rendered. They will do an acceptance, and then you can now invoice for the service. If I go back to the transaction, let's exit this. You notice the status has changed again. It shows service because we have concluded the job and we've entered the entry. We've entered the job done successfully. At the moment, the create invoice is still grayed out, correct? Because they've not accepted this service. As soon as the service has been accepted, it will be on grade for you to invoice for that item. And you get more information about all of this in the next presentation that's coming up. So next, we can confirm that our service has been entered successfully. Also, another way to confirm is by an email. As I said, every transaction, there will be a confirmation email sent to you to make you know that you're on the right track. All you are seeing there is valid. In this case, notification contains this is sent to you because your service entry has been done successfully. You can see all that details. Now, this is how you do a service entry. Do you want me to do for goods again? I believe we are already experts. We can do for goods. It's the same thing, right? The major difference for goods and services is what? For goods, what do we do? Confirm the order and do what's next? Do a shipment notice to notify the business that the item is en route. That's what you need to do. But for services, you do a confirmation, and once you are done with the job, you do what? A service entry, and await approval of that entry. And that's how you can execute your transaction on the system. Last item we are going to touch on, very important, is is how do you respond to an invitation to bid? We have received an order successfully. We've transacted that order successfully as well. if you're now asked to bid, is it the same screen we go to? Is the process? If you are to respond to this invitation to bid, is it the same process, or what's the difference? That's what we are trying to touch on next. All right. Now, how do you respond to an invitation to tender, an invitation to bid? Say there was a very recent bid that was sent out to everybody on the network for an F&A tender. Remember, how many of us received it? Exactly. So, in such when you get such invitation to bid, how do you respond to that invitation? That's what we are going to look at right now. Because aside just responding to POs and SOs and doing a service entry, you also need to respond to an invitation to bid. What are the steps involved in responding to an invitation to bid? And that's what we're going to look at. First, remember, for every transaction, there will be an email. And this is what the email looks like. In this example, there's a company called SDC Global. They've been invited to participate in a tender. This is the email they received. NNPC Group has invited you to participate in an event, supplier of event t-shirts and caps. So there's an event that they are planning for, and they need a supplier to supply t-shirts and cap. They now sent you an invitation because we've categorized you. Remember they said something about categorization. They wanted to invite all the suppliers that can get the job done. You categorize on the system, so you were invited amongst those that can execute that job because your category speaks to, supply of, apparels and garments and t-shirts especially. Now you've been invited to execute this job. What do? Go to your email, log into your email, and navigate to the exact mail that is asking you to the invitation email. Once you open it, you get to see something like this. It will come with the event date, when it's due. In this example, it's on Wednesday. It's supposed to start on Wednesday, November 5th, 2025 at 9:38 p.m. You also see the date. This is the time it is to start, and you see your login details. If you've forgotten your username, the system would send you that as well to help you log in. You can see in this example, this is the username, sdcglobal@gmail.com. All I needed to do is click the click here button to access the event. If this is the first transaction you are having with NNPC, say you have not registered before and you got this, what do? There's an option for you to register through this as well, and that's why it's showing you there. If you have forgotten password, you can use the click here button down, but if you have not registered, you can use the click here to register on Ariba network. So if that scenario suits your own situation that you've been in, you've not registered before but you got an invitation to tender, the email speaks explicitly to how you can register on the network and also access the event. So how you do that, you can just click the link for this scenario. You can then proceed to the next step. Next, assuming we have registered, everyone has registered, we receive this invitation to tender, we want to respond to this invitation, and we click here to access this event. What happens? It takes us to the login page. Remember, we enter our username and password. Once you've logged in successfully, we can see this. This page will be revealed to you. It will come with event details. Doc 28171571558. Very unique number. It's going to be different every time, so you don't have to memorize it. So it's this number there, and it comes with the title, say supply of event t-shirts for 2029. The information is hidden. And if we go back to quickly, just so we can confirm that all of these are in sync. Yeah, let's not take too much time. Once we get here, you see the option available to you. You can download the content, you can delete, you can get this job done, you can decline to respond, or you can just print the event information. And the one major button that you need to click if you want to engage this is to review prerequisites. Now, for every event, there'll be prerequisites, meaning criteria for you to respond. Now, those criteria, for you to access them, you need to review prerequisites. Once you click that review it will be the only button that will be green, that will be blue amongst all the buttons. The others will be white. It's just review prerequisite that will be blue. And at the top right, you also see a countdown, because every event has a start and end date. So you see the time will be counted down. From the moment it was sent to you, it has been counting down to the moment you received it. If you delayed in accessing your email, say you went to your email 3 days post, you're not the one to visit your email because you're not really involved in your email affairs. You can just request your team in charge to always look at their email, because every invitation like this will come to your mail first, and as soon as it gets to your mail, it's counting down. You get. So in this case, it has started counting down, and that's the amount of days. It's about 45 minutes left. So within this time, we can respond. But as soon as it hits that 000, you won't be able to respond again. The event will be closed out from you. So we always encourage you to respond as at the time the event is open. Always look at your email for every information sent to you from the business, because at every point in time, every transaction, there will be a mail sent to you. And like you're seeing, this is an event to respond to an invitation to tender. We've received the email and the event has been counting down. So next, we're clicking the review prerequisite. As soon as we click on that, it will take us to this page. This is just to show you the terms and condition. In this example, we can see all the terms. You can choose, you can read, you would require to read through these terms. And once you've confirmed the terms aligns with your business principles and your business, code, this is the NNPC's code. This is Ariba's and NNPC's code of conduct. So you can confirm all of this speaks to your business codes and accept this term. Once you accept the term, you can click OK. It will then take you to the content of the event. Now, if it's an event that has multiple items, you can choose to respond to the one that you have the resource for. In this example, it's for t-shirt and face cap. We know internally within our business that we don't have face cap. And for the time stipulated, we may not be able to meet up. So we want to only supply what we have in stock and give our quote for what we have in stock based on the price. And we know if we quote for the t-shirts, for the face cap, the price might change when we get it. We don't want to be at the losing end. So we just focused on the item that we had resource for and we have the price in hand for. In that case, how do you respond to those specific items? You just confirm the item that you want to bid for. It's going to be available to you. If the event requires that you would respond to all, it will be grayed out. But if the event is open for you to pick the item you want to bid for, you can just go there and select the lot you want to bid for. And once you select any of them, the option to confirm the selected lot to be available for you down here. And in this example, it's not going to be this is not what you'll be receiving most cases. The option for you to pick the currency, likely it will be selected for you. You won't be able to change or pick a currency. That will be set up in the event. But in this example, there's an option for that. If in a situation that's available to you, you can just go through the list of currency and pick the currency you want to respond with. But most likely it would not come with that. But if it does, just go to the list and pick the correct currency and then confirm the lot you want to bid for. Details of the lot is also shown to you, the sizes. In this example, there are specific sizes that they want you to, render your code for, submit your code for, validating that you have all those, items in stock. So next, once I click on confirm, it will then reveal the details of this lot to me. Now you can see it could be in two stages, technical and commercial. One would ask you to provide in some events, it will ask you to provide some technical information, a know-how to validate that you have the resources to get the job done. It's just a means to validate your capacity to get that job done, and there will be questions listed. Each of the questions would come with their response type, how you should respond. Some might be an attachment, some might just be a plain text, some might be in amount. So depending on the response type, you can just respond accordingly. And the part, it will come in this form, clearly. You can just, in this example, we can see they're asking you to indicates the average production time for the required quantities in days. They say how many days will it take you? By average, you have done similar job. You've supplied t-shirts before. How many days will it take you to get this t-shirt ready? They're just asking you for the production time. You can just respond accordingly. This is very important so that the committees will be able to assess your ability to get the job done. So you can go through your previous transactions and just enter the accurate time. Another example, I'll just pick two and proceed to the next, is state if products are made in order or available from stock. So if you're responding and you want to tell them that I have this in stock, in this example, you have to answer that by telling the business that it's in stock and it's not that it's not on ground. It's available on ground. I'm just responding based on the stock I have on ground, and you can respond accordingly. And do the same for the others. Once you're done, you can move to the commercial part. This is a section that helps you enter the price that you're trying to bid for. Yes, I'll skip to it quickly. And the commercial bid will come in this form, and to tell you the item you are bidding for, the currency, and the box for you to enter the amount. Please and please, do not go outside of the system to respond to an error. It's very important you do them live in the event. If you're wondering, say the events, you're not sure how to, you can always reach out to the team for information or guidance or even a documentation on how to proceed. But do not at any point in time, because you're not sure how to respond, you just went to the chat, because there's always a compose message button there. If you go there and click and submit, your response will not be valid. So there are always fields available to you for each of your response. Like we saw earlier, for the items, for the technical bits, they were asking you to set the lead date. There was a field for you to enter the date, right? Enter it there. Don't come to compose message and type a message and just attach it. Some people do that, maybe because of knowledge gap, but this is to reinforce the right way to respond. In such cases, your submission will not be valid. It's not even a may, it will not be valid. So make sure you respond with the field as is presented to you. If they're asking you for price, use the field for price there to enter your price. If they're asking you to submit attachments, there will be a button for you to click and enter the attachments. Use that button specific to that question. Every question has a response, field, a place for you to respond to that question. Use that the field that has been allocated for the response to respond to any question. Is that very clear? Yes, I believe so. It's clear. So I'll just move to the next part. I've done everything and I want to confirm. I want to send a message to the team. This is just inquiry. I don't understand what they're asking for, production time. And they're saying t-shirts. Everybody has t-shirt now, so what did they mean? I need more information. How do I get that information across to them? You can compose a message. That's what that does for you. If you want to inquire more about an event, you can click the compose message to get more information. Once you compose the message, it will send it to the event owners, people organizing the event. They will receive this message and respond to you on time. It's even quicker and most efficient. So they would respond to your message on time. The button is just at the bottom there, compose message. At any point in time, if there are information you need about the event that you're being invited to participate in, you don't need to panic. You're looking for who to contact. That compose message would get your request across to the affected team. Once you're done, you can click the submit entire button. Like every event in Ariba, as long as the time is available to you, once you submit your response, you can always revise them. It's not like you submitted, that's all. So long as there's time, you can revise the response and make changes and correct. If there's a mistake and you submitted the wrong document, so long as that time is still counting down, you can always make corrections and submit again. There'll be a button available. You can see it here, revise response. It's there at the bottom. After you've gotten a confirmation that you have submitted successfully, after you've submitted, the button will be there for you. Click revise response to revise your submission and make corrections accordingly. Once you've done that, be rest assured that your response has been sent in, and you will likely get a confirmation. Very likely you get a confirmation email as well, nudging you to the submission that you've made. Is this part very clear? Okay, perfect. Do you want to see a live demonstration? No, I'm seeing faces. I'm saying no, I'm saying yes. So I'll go with no, Abby. The yes is now clear. So now, thank you very much for taking the time to listen through. If there are any questions, I would gladly take them. So thank you very much once again.
Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Michael? Thank you so very much. Just hold on. That was very comprehensive and detailed, right?
Michael Salah.
Yes. Do you have another question?
Michael Salah.
Salah.
Yes,
Salah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with you, sir. Your name and the organization you represent.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doziem and I represent Fusion Point Energy. So this is a personal question. I'm logged in now.
Yes.
I have confirmed another before.
Okay.
But then I saw for what you were displaying, your own confirmation was green, mine is orange. So I don't know if that means anything.
No, it doesn't. It's fine. So
I'm very
long as
particular
you
about...
can see the order is showing confirmed, right?
Yeah, it's showing confirmed.
So you're fine. You're good.
Okay.
Don't have to worry. Thank you very much. Yes, I
All right,
can
thank you. Any other person?
Okay. Once again, I'm Olushola Adetuji. I'm representing Arit of Africa Limited. So, when you receive an order, like you said, it will first of all come as an email.
Correct.
Okay. So, probably I don't have access to that email. If I log into Ariba, can I be able to see that order?
If you have the credential, yes, you can.
Okay, so not necessarily that I must go through the link on the email.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so once I log in, I'll see, my order then.
Yes,
okay.
but
Right.
it's more easier.
Through the email.
Through the email. It takes you directly to the page where you can confirm the order. And we always encourage you to look at your mail because that's the first point. Yes, for you to engage your order. But if by adventure you had issues with your email, you can't access it at the moment, you can just go to service.ariba.com and log in and go to your purchase order. You can see the orders there. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stanley from Bell Point Energy. So, quick question. If I have registered on the categories I want, right, and there's a tender, is it possible that it's not sent to my mail?
I didn't get that. Can you say that again?
Is it possible that there is an order or there's a bid,
Yes.
and then it is not sent to the mail?
Except you have multiple accounts on our system.
Okay.
If you have your account set up correctly, which should be the case, you will receive it in your email.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabina with Philips Pharmaceuticals. So while you were talking about the order confirmation and things, you didn't say anything about create ship notice.
I didn't. Yes, I did actually. But I was asking if I should demonstrate that on the
No, I
screen.
think what the one she did was the confirm entire order and the create service sheet.
Yes.
So the ship notice is. I didn't say anything.
I
like
showed
that.
the presentation about it, but I didn't log in to show you how to do it on the screen. But it's similar. We just skipped it because I felt everyone is very familiar with the process already because of the way I explained it. Basically the same as your service entry or the same as your confirmation. The difference is you're going there, you're entering a unique ESNI, like an advanced notice number, unique to you, like you do for all your transaction, and then you're giving an exact date. You know, on this, you're entering the exact date that the item will be shipped and when it will be delivered, and you submit. It's as simple as that.
Okay, sorry. And I get the other numbers and but I see that when I log in, I'm seeing the other numbers appear twice. I don't know if it's something I need to meet them at the back end or something.
Okay, you can. But what happens in most cases is, one, it most likely is obsolete. Maybe there was a change made to the order and then they resent it to you. You can meet the team for that. So
All
they'll
right.
give you more information about that. But ideally, you should see the option to tell you. They'll be able to respond to you to tell you which is active, which is new, and which is obsolete.
All right, please, just one question, please. And if there are similar questions that have been asked, you just wait, please.
Yeah, my name is Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
I want to know, so every order must come as an email.
Correct, sir.
Must you go to your portal to check, for orders?
Once you click, you can access your portal. Once you receive that order through the mail, you can just process the order. It will take you directly to your login page. Once you log in, you can then access and respond to the order.
Okay. So every order in the category that you belong,
yes,
must come as an email.
Correct, sir. All orders will come as an email.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you take it from there. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. One question only, please.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the presentation. I'm Alex. I would like to confirm if you have an order, you have confirmed you have done the shipment, like you said. If you did partial shipment, like you said, because you don't have 100% of the item.
Yes.
Is the outstanding item still valid for supply? That's first question. Then another thing is, if you now have other items that they actually need, can you do value for value? If it's something they want to use to replace what is outstanding on the list of items requested initially.
I'll leave that to the next person that will present, because he would be the best person to answer that. But for the first question you asked, if it has to do with if the transaction is, the duration is still valid, if based on duration of the order, if it's still open, you can proceed to confirm the other parts that is left, that you haven't initially confirmed. It should be showing partially confirmed, that, right? But as soon as you confirm the remainder part of the item, it will then update to confirmed. But just look forward. But so long as the period is still open and valid, you can respond.
All right, one question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juliet. My name is Juliet Onyekure from Mike Ibokoye SN & Co. I actually have some questions here. I have partially confirmed. I have partially serviced. Then I have changed. But in all these error messages, there will be a red icon to show you the error messages what you should do or where you should go to. But once you get to that place, there is no arrow to click on that particular error message to carry out the necessary corrections. What do I do, please?
So most times when you get such error, the place that is affected would also be red. Just try it again. Let's say there's a field that is missing, right? The place you saw when we were trying to do the service entry and we missed the dates. What happened to that field? It was red, right? So that's what happened also. So when you miss any entry that is not entered correctly, that space will also be highlighted red for you to go back there and update. But if you're still having issues, you can communicate with us. We walk you through what to do.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sule Hassan. I'm representing Click Ventures. My question is a bit different from what we are discussing. If I have 2 emails registered to my company, how do I deactivate one?
Mr. Shegun said there's something called Help Portal. It's SAP. They will do that for you.
Okay.
It's out of our own reach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My question is, if you have a PO and for some reason the item you asked to supply has gone out of stock, let me not use stock, as is gone obsolete, right?
Yes.
And probably the manufacturer of that item has a replacement. So is there a provision for speculative resolution?
I think the question is in line with the second question that the first person asked. One for party to party, like there's a way he asked the question. I think the next person coming up stage would speak to that specifically. We'll respond to those questions. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Dalakwa from Sheraton Hotel. I have 2 questions. One, is it possible to receive a PO for a service already delivered? That's one. Second question is, does the PO, do they have due dates?
Yes, there's a need by date. The time stipulated by the user raising that request. So it's a when the user is raising a request, they stipulate when the PO is supposed to be, when they need the item. So that's the due date for the order. But you should be able to respond to it, confirming that the need is still valid from the user. If they found a replacement, most likely the order will be cancelled or withdrawn. So PO would not automatically be closed to you except it's obsolete, meaning it's not valid for you to respond to. In such cases, you won't be able to transact to that order. But ideally, the need date is what is being used as the date for the expiration of the order. And most times, there'll be an action from the business to withdraw the order from your end. It will still allow you to transact with it, but there'll be an action from the business side to withdraw the order from your end. So it will not be available to you to respond to. The next question, yes. Yes. That's the second. The first question is? No. It is possible, per se, but most cases, going forward, it will not be the case. All the orders will come before the transaction. Yes. But it's possible, yes.
All right, if there are no further questions, please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Salau, please, for that comprehensive. Okay, hold on, sir. One last question here.
Can order confirmation and creation of service be done, or you wait until that job is completed before you create the service?
Service entry is done after you've done the job, but order confirmation is before you start. It's just a notification. It's telling us that you are accepting the job that we've sent to you and you're willing to come to execute that order. So when you confirm the order, that gives us that notifies the business to await your own part of the agreement, which is the job that has been agreed, that has been sent to you. So, but service entry is after you've done the job. You can now enter the job you've done and await an acceptance of that job. So you should have order confirmation first at a different date from the. No, you're getting the order, you're confirming it if you can do the job. You see, blessings in disguise. So okay, the job has been done already. It's still ongoing. Just confirm the order now, and when you are done with the job, you can now do an entry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. One more time, please. Can we give it up for Mr. Michael for that comprehensive and detailed session? Thank you so much. Okay, I know we've been sitting for a long while. Right now, I want us to be on our feet. Let's do a tiny exercise that will stretch our hands, our waist, and our knee. Is that okay? Before we go for lunch break. A little, just tiny exercise. Let's just be on our feet. After now, we are going for our lunch break. But before you go and eat, let's just position that tea break in all those places. Are we ready? Hello, this table. All right, so it's very simple. I mean, you've done it before. It's hand, shoulder, knee, and what? Head, shoulder, knees, and what? Let me see you do it. Head, shoulder, knees, and what? Toe. Some people can't get there. Okay, just leave it at that point where you can, okay? But the idea is for you to do this exercise. Your head, your shoulder, your knee. If you get to your toe, you get bigger meat. Your toe. Let's one more time. Your head, your shoulder, your knee, your toe. Thank you so. Thank you so very much, distinguished participants. Thank you so very much for still being here. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Please do not leave after the lunch. Stay behind because this other one, it's called e-invoicing. I'm sure you want to hear about that. And we have the expert already on ground. Right now, we'll go for 45 minutes lunch break. Yes, 45. You have your voucher with you. Okay, so please, when you whisper, we hear you. I understand some of us want to continue. So please sit down, let's continue. Is that okay? Because the tea break is still working its magic, right? So we are moving straight. Please give me a few moments. Let me just consult with the facilitator. I'll be back. Please. Music. Network and connect. Networking you guys are having right now, but we want to quickly move to the next session, and this is the one that you want to listen to. You really want to focus because it's about e-invoicing. If you do everything and you don't present your invoice properly, I don't know what will happen. But then again, this summit is to help you gain knowledge in all of those areas. And so our facilitator today here to take us through the e-invoicing is a principal system application product software consultant with the CAP, and is on an expert level. He is also a certified CAP trainer, project manager, and solution architect, and holds various CAP certification. He is the head accounting, policy, and system, NMPC, Ariba chief solution architect. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we make welcome with a round of applause? Please, can we make welcome with a round of applause? Are you ready to receive? He's a doctorate. He has a PhD in hold on, I need to get that out. You know, when you're using your phone, you get a bit of mix up here. Okay, he is a doctorate in computer and mathematics from Brunel University, UK. So just to let you know that this facilitator that is coming is a grounded person when it comes to Ariba platform. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Grillo, please. Put your hands together for Dr. Grillo, please. You're not clapping, oh. Are we tired already? Are we tired already? If you're not clapping, you're not leaving here till 10 p.m. Thank you. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you so much. All right, so those that didn't clap, you are not part of this session. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. So we're going to go through the e-invoicing platform. So what my colleague has done is to take you through the procurement part of it. So you've gone through how you do the sourcing. You've gone through your request, your purchase order. Liability has been established, isn't it? You've provided the item. You've done a service entry. It's been confirmed by NNPC. What is the next thing? Invoice. How do you currently submit an invoice to NNPC? From this table, how do you submit an invoice? Manually, how? Okay, so let me tell you the current way you submit an invoice to NNPC. One, you must have a printed copy of the invoice, isn't it? Two, you must have a PO attached to it. And three, you must have the contract. You take those three documents, you send it to our central invoice processing team, and then they process it for you. Okay? Now, this is the future of working. We don't need those your paper documents anymore. We're going to inform you. So please don't stop sending those paper invoices. For now, you still have to send it. But we're going to give you a date where you would not send those documents anymore. We have a fully integrated Ariba platform. What that means is the system will tell you how much your invoice is for. The invoice is based on what has been agreed by NNPC. No more, no less. You agree? System automatically does what is called a three-way matching. How much is in the PO? How much has been sent? The goods receipt or the service entry you've done, and then your invoice. They need to match. So that's what we call a three-way matching principle. Okay? So the invoice is immediately available for you in Ariba. You just click that button, go through it, and send. It's as simple as that. Once you do that, it will go to the central invoice processing team, and within 45 days, you get paid. 45 days is too long. It's okay. 45, not 75, 45 days. That's the agreed payment terms. Okay, so 45 days you get paid. But the most important thing is you don't need to worry about formatting, sending, printing documents. This is the future of working. It's all electronic. Immediately you submit that invoice, it's not going to an individual. It's posting automatically into our accounting system. Goes to Treasury. The only thing stopping you getting paid is that payment terms, 45 days. Okay? So let's go through the process. How do we do this? So an e-invoicing management platform is an extension of your Ariba platform, but this side of Ariba is managed by the accounts payable department. So you can see it's managed by the accounts payable department. It's all a process from end to end. You know, when we talk about the procurement system, we say a P2P system. It's a procurement to pay system. Okay? The procurement team, they haven't finished their activities if you are not paid. Do we all agree? You are not supplying the items for free. You have to get paid. Okay, so the activity is not completed until payment is made. And payment needs to be made and logged in the most efficient manner. And the most efficient manner is to have a digital-based payment platform. We don't need paper from you. I'm sure you two don't want to print the paper. So you can see the savings efficiency that we're bringing in. You don't have to have your toner being changed monthly. You don't have to get paper that you're buying and so on. So you have savings on your end, and then we have savings on our end for managing all these paper processes and so on. Or ask yourself, what happens to all the paper you send to us? What happens to it? Huh? Garbage in. So we have to store it somewhere. If you go to some of our departments, you will see Ghana must go bags all the way like that. We don't need it. So when you send it, we store it electronically. That's good enough for us. All right, so that's what the invoicing platform is all about. I'll show you the process flow in a few minutes. But what we need to note here is that we are not starting from today. You started using Ariba. This is not coming in until the new year. Are we all aware of the new tax rates from the new year? This is going in from the new year. It's what's scaring you? Let me scare you a little bit more. There's a requirement from FIRS that every invoice you send to us, we need to send to them. So every single invoice you send. So if you like, don't send invoice. But every invoice you send, we send it to FIRS electronically. Every time we pay you, we also send it to FIRS electronically to match the invoice. So they have that record. Why do you think they have that record? So there's no gray area for tax anymore. They have everything. Your invoice, they have it. The payment we made, they have it. And they also have it at that time. Okay? So please note that. And this starts from January. From January, every invoice would be sent to FIRS. All right, so what are the benefits? Efficiency, we've talked about. Visibility. And the most important one for me is this collaboration. So the whole idea of invoicing, you have to be calling people. Have you received the invoice? Have you done this? Have you done that? It goes away. You now take control of the invoicing platform because you will send the invoice from your side. Immediately you send it, it's not going to anybody. It's posting to our system automatically. You cannot send an invoice for more than what you've sent, the value of the goods. Remember our three-way matching. Immediately you click to send the invoice, the system will first check what was accepted. Okay? If that value matches, then it will let it post. If not, it won't allow you to post that invoice. Okay? So remember efficiency, visibility, and then the collaboration. We are going to send all this to you. So all the slides we've gone through today, you will get a copy. You will get a copy. All right, so let's go through the process flow. So how does this work? Most of it is our own internal back-end processes, but I'll just go through what you need to do. We're also going to have a practical session. Remember, you've stopped from a service entry. So that's where your side stops. Once you do a service entry, what you've said is, I've provided the service. It's now up to us as NNPC to accept that service. Immediately we accept that service, we're also accepting the ability. And what happens at that point is, on your side of Ariba, the invoice box opens up, which means you can submit an invoice. You understand? That's a service. If it's an item, once you supply that item, we have to do a goods receipt. Once we receive that item, assuming you send 20 items, we do a goods receipt, we only accepted 18. The invoice that will open up will only be for 18. It means the other 2, you should expect it back as a return. But the invoice will only be for 18. I hope we get the gist now. It's only what we accept that will open up as an invoice. Because what we're doing by accepting is establishing liability in our system to say we owe this person this amount. Okay? So that's very important. This is not very clear from here, but like I said, you will get all this so you can go through it. Who's going to be here tomorrow? Who's going to be here tomorrow? Good. Now, we're not inviting you, so nobody, unless you want to stay in the hotel, but nobody, you're not here tomorrow. So everything you're doing is a one-day activity for you. I hope we all understand that. So it's just today. Don't say, I'll come back tomorrow, I'll speak to them, or I'll get the document. So everything, make sure we have your email addresses. I don't think there's anybody here that we don't have their email address. Is there anybody here that we don't have your email address? Because that's the beauty of an Ariba system. It works off your email. You don't have an email, you can't use Ariba. It's the same thing with our invoice. So you get all the documents via the email address you have. Nobody should be here tomorrow. Do we agree? Nobody, please, nobody should be here tomorrow. Tomorrow is a different set of people. We're repeating everything again, but if you come, you won't be allowed in. Remember, there's an invite. So please, nobody should be here tomorrow. Very important. So mingle with people. If there's any gray area you're not clear, please, the team, we're at the back there, call on anybody who would, explain anything that you need to, that you want us to throw some more light on. All right, so let's go through the process. So for e-invoicing, at this point, you should have already gone through the procurement cycle. So the procurement cycle will start, let's even say it starts from sourcing. So you go through the bidding process. You receive an email, you have been successful, you are the person that will provide this service. Okay? Remember, everything is electronic. There's no paper involved in any of this process. The whole P2P process is completely electronic. Okay? Go through the sourcing, the tendering process, you win it, you receive an email, you have won it, you get a contract. Do not start any activity with a contract. Please, it's very important. You win the bid, you've been given a contract. Do not start anything with a contract. What do you need? You need a PO. You need a PO. So if any department in NPC says, oh, you have a contract, start. Tell them that, please, can I have a PO? Either a purchase order or a service order. If you don't have that document, you can't start any process. The contract is a legal document. The PO or SO, service order, is the working document of that contract. You must have that document before you start any activity. It's very important. Okay, please note that. And this is the future of how we're going to be doing business in NNPC. You must have that purchase order. Okay? So you have the purchase order. The next step in the process is, remember, it's back and forth. This is collaboration, all electronic. So we give you a purchase order. The purchase order now says you have to supply this item with a particular date. What do you do? Because I know my colleague said that before you supply the item, what do you need to do? Okay, so you receive the purchase order, yes, you confirm it. After you've confirmed it, the action is still on you. What do you now need to do? Before you supply, you need, yes, somebody said shipment notice. Very important. We don't do this now. I'm going to be pointing out those new things. You need to send an advance shipment notice. You understand? You need to send an advance shipment notice. This is very important for us as NNPC. And I'll point out one reason why it's important. Assuming you're supplying to some of our upstream entities, it's an item we need to store. Okay? If you don't tell us, this item, you are sending it in, and it's all electronic, you are sending it in 2 weeks' time. If you don't do that, by the time you bring the item, your driver will wait outside for 3 days till we clear up space. You understand? So you need to tell us, we're sending this item in 2 days, in 3 days, so that we can free up space in the warehouse or where we're going to store it. Or if it's petroleum product, it's a cargo that is coming, you don't tell us it's coming so day, we don't free up space in one of our silos. It means you will now say you want to charge demurrage. We will put it back on you. You can't charge demurrage because you didn't tell us when this item is coming. I hope that's clear. So please, before you send an item or before you send somebody to provide a service, always send an advance shipment notice. So when you know when the person is coming, just do that. When you know when you're sending the item, please do that. Very important. Okay? Now once you do that, then you can send the item. Send the item. Once the item is sent, the action is now back on NNPC. Everything you're doing is done chronologically in the Ariba system. The back and forth is in the Ariba system. And what you need to know is that this Ariba system, there's nothing like this is NNPC side, this is the supplier side. It's one platform. Is one collaborative platform. So immediately you press a button here, they see it immediately on the NNPC side. It's not days, it's not minutes, it's immediately. The system will also send you your email. I'm sure you went through that with my colleague when you are seeing emails. Every activity, there's an email, this has been done, this notification, and so on. Okay? So all that happens. It gets to the point you've sent the item gets to NNPC. They review the item, do the testing they need to do. If it's okay, they find the item by doing a goods receipt. The goods receipt will do two things. One, it will establish liability in our own system that, look, we've received this item, we need to pay for it. Whatever has been agreed, we need to pay. So that sits in the system. And two, on your own side, it will open up the invoice box. You can now send your invoice. Just note, sending your invoice now doesn't mean we'll pay you immediately. You understand? There's a payment terms we've agreed in the contract that says once we receive your item, once we receive the invoice, we'll now pay 45 days after. 45 days after receipt of invoice. Working days. 45. Sorry, that's a good point. I'm assuming we all know it's working days. It's working days now. Nobody works weekends. Nobody works weekends. It's working days. So essentially it's 2 months and a week. 2 months and a week. But we should all be happy with this because, one, you are guaranteed you'll get your money. 45 days, you'll be paid. 45 days, you'll be paid. And this is the message I'm bringing all the way from the CFO. 45 days, you'll be paid. It's not a case of I need to see somebody or I need to do this. 45 days after the receipt of invoice, everything has been confirmed. It will queue it automatically for payment. Okay? And that's what the system will do. You don't have to call anybody. Huh? Okay, keep your question. Just keep your question. Don't worry, you'll be the first one. I know you all have questions. But this is the new working in NNPC. And we all need to embrace this. We have a part to play. You also have a part to play. You understand? So it's very important. 45 days after this invoice, which means we don't want you submitting paper invoices. For now, please continue in paper invoice. Once we communicate with you that don't submit paper invoice, is only on the system. Any invoice you send by paper, paper includes PDF. So if you do a PDF and send it by email, it's paper. we need to be sending electronic invoices. Electronic invoices are binary form of invoices. They are 0 and 1s. You don't see anything, you just press a button, it goes. Okay? And then it will post into the next system. If it's a paper-based a PDF, it means somebody will still take that PDF and type it into the system, which we don't want to do. I hope we're all clear on this. From that January, once we send the email, if you send a paper-based invoice, just assume you haven't sent the invoice, because nobody will treat it. And I doubt if anybody will come back to you to say, send it electronically. Okay, but before then, we'll be communicating with you, letting you know what needs to happen. All right, so if we look at the process, you can see the process of invoicing would always start from you, our esteemed supplier. You will be the one to log into Ariba. That purchase order that you've been going all along, remember, you don't start an activity unless you have a purchase order. It's the working document of that contract. You don't use the contract anymore. It sits as your legal document. The purchase order would carry every single activity you are doing. I'm sure when Michael was here, he showed you the purchase order. You see the service center. You see every activity you do on that purchase order. You would also see the invoice on it. Okay? So you will log into Ariba. You go through the purchase order you want to invoice for. That purchase order, before you can invoice, should have a status of receipted. You understand? If it doesn't have a status of receipted, which means NMPC has receipted the item. If it doesn't have that, the invoice box will be grayed out. You won't be able to press the button for electronic invoice. Once it has a status of receipted, you can now press the invoice. The amount of the invoice will be grayed out because you can't change it. You can only invoice for what has been received. If you look at the item, the example I gave before, you've sent 20 items. As far as you're concerned, you've sent 20 items. NMPC only accepted 18. 2 of those items you sent were below the required specification, so they didn't accept it. Okay? Now, immediately they do that, you receive an email. You cannot send an invoice for 20 items. The system will totally reject it. Only 18. The other 2 will be sent back to you as off-spec. Okay? It just makes it clear so that everybody is clear. You can't hear at the back. Okay, is it better now? Perfect. All right, so you can't send an invoice for an item that's not been receipted by NMPC. And that's the way the system works. All right, so once you do that, you send the invoice, it goes through our back-end system. All these are electronic steps that happen. The only one I'm going to point out is the first FIRS interface that happens. We don't send it to them manually. It's electronic. So on a daily basis, every invoice we receive from you goes to FIRS. Both systems are connected. Okay? That's from the 1st of January. So they get the invoice. We go through the process. 45 days, you get payment. Once you get payment, that payment is confirmed by our banking system. We also send it to FIRS. Okay? So once you've sent your invoice, you don't need to do anything else. The next thing is you get your payment. You don't need to call anybody. Don't call Treasury. Nobody will answer you. 2 months and 1 week. 2 months and 1 week, you will get your payment. Perfect. All right, so this is a question, and it's very important, okay? Which is where this collaboration, and like we said, this is the future of working. We don't want you calling people. You should have all that information at your fingertips. So immediately you submit this invoice, the system will tell you what is happening to that invoice. So once you go to that PO, you will see it, invoice with Treasury team will be paid in so period. You understand? When the invoice is scheduled for payment, you also see it on your platform. In Ariba, you see invoice has been scheduled to be paid the next day. Once it's paid, you also see it. So that's this box you see here. Anytime an invoice is paid, even if the money is not in your account, you'll be told the invoice has been paid, this is the reference number, so and so and so. This is the account it was paid into. You receive that. So at every point in time, you don't need to call anybody. The information you need is right there in Ariba. Invoice submitted, invoice scheduled for payment, invoice paid. You will see everything there with a date and timestamp. Okay? So all that is in the system. Please don't call anybody. You call people, it's going to take their time. They can't help you. Honestly, that is the truth. They can't help you. There's nothing they can do. This 45 days is tied into the system. Nobody can change it. All right, so let's go through this quickly. Please keep your questions. I know there are a lot of questions. All right, do we still have our Ariba open? So this is the practical session. We'll go through this quickly. We're going to be sending a lot of documents to you. E-invoicing is the simplest area to do in Ariba. It is the simplest area to do. It's not taking input from anywhere. It's only taking input from the procurement activity. So you've gone through all the procurement activity, purchase order, you've agreed, and so on. Whatever has been agreed there comes into the e-invoicing platform, and all you're doing is accepting it. If it's not been agreed on that side, you'll see the e-invoicing will be blank. Okay, so this is a summary of the activities you need to do. These are the steps you need to do. There are just about 5 of them. The other one is to review. First, you need to start the new invoicing process just by logging in to your platform. That platform you log into, what do we call it? Ariba what? Business network. So please, we need to know that. You only have one platform to log into, and that's the Ariba Business Network. That's where you do all your activities and so on. Okay? Some of you have gone through the qualification process. I'm not sure if everybody has done that. So all on the Ariba platform, you'll be receiving notification, you log in. So you only have one place to log in. This is where you do everything. You see purchase orders, how many you have. You see how many goods receipt has been done. You see how many invoice. You see how many payments on that same platform. Like I'm saying, the ladies zone, you can see 0000, but you will see everything in there. You can run all sorts of reports from there. Okay? So that's the first thing you do, log in. Then you choose the type of e-invoicing you are doing. If it's a non-PO invoice or a PO-based invoice or contract-based, for all of us, we're going to be doing a PO-based invoice. That is what has been rolled out now. So if you just click down there, you'll see it will say standard invoice. That's a PO-based invoice. That means that PO is based on an invoice. So that invoice is based on a PO that is in the system that has been receipted. Okay? And then 3, you have to link to an order or a PO. And this is the first step that will happen. But what I'm saying that rather than doing it the other way, you go from your PO. So once you receive notification, we've receipted the items on this PO, just click on that PO and then open up the invoice. Standard invoice, and then submit. Just check it and submit. You're not entering anything. You're not entering the amount. You're not entering the quantity. Where does he get the quantity from? Goods receipt. That PO has now graduated to a goods receipt. Because the PO could say 100 items, you know. The goods receipt could say 80. So from that invoice, it won't look at the PO, it will look at the goods receipt. Because that is what NMPC has established as a liability. Okay? So once it does that, you just go ahead, look at it, and then review and submit. And that's all you need to do about submitting an invoice. These are the steps. Okay? All right, so how do you do it in the system? So the screens are here. I'm not going to log in. So this is the purchase order. So if you have a zero purchase order, just click on the purchase order, see what the purchase order is, as long as NNPC has receipted the purchase order. So if you look here, you see it says received. As long as the status says received, this box here will be open. You can see it's in blue. If you look at yours for invoice, for a purchase order, if you have a purchase order, you will see that yours, that place will be gray. Isn't it? It will be gray. Once it's gray, it's not active. It means you cannot do anything with it. Okay? So it will be blue, and you click in there, and you're going to choose the standard invoice. So the standard invoice. With time, maybe a non-PO invoice will come in and so on. But most of you, 98% of you, is all going to be based on a contract that has a valid PO to it. Those non-PO related invoices will be things like maybe as an NPC, we're making a contribution and so on and so forth. Then that won't have a PO. Okay? But for everything we do with you, you must have a PO. So you click on it. Remember, this is the PO that is showing. This is the PO with the PO number, receipted, and so on. So just click on standard invoice. Okay? And then this is what is required here on that standard invoice. So this is really all the required field that you need to enter. One is you need to enter the invoice number. This is your invoice number. Okay? Remember, every invoice you send to NNPC, it has an invoice number. So enter it here. And then you enter the invoice date. Don't bother about backdating it, because I've seen this in other places. Why did they backdate it? Fast track it. You understand? So we know that trick. So don't bother. The system will not accept this your date. So a lot of people say, oh, it's 45 days. Oh, let me put my invoice date 30 days behind. So 15 days they will pay me. It won't work. You understand? It won't work. Because I've seen everybody, oh, okay, invoice date. No, it won't work. Okay? The system is going to use the system date. Yes, it's not going to use this date. This date is just going to be for information. It's not going to use it. It's the same thing when you submit a paper invoice. What they do is they stamp it. You understand? That date they stamped on it is the date they are going to use. Some people will not stamp it. So if you submit an invoice today, they might just put it in a pile. If they don't get to that invoice, maybe in another week, it means it starts counting from that week. But in NNPC, we are generous. Immediately the invoice comes in, we stamp it. We take responsibility from that date. So if you receive your invoice today, we stamp it. That date we stamped is when your 45 days will start counting. You understand? It's the same thing happening here. Regardless of whatever date you put in here, once this activity is completed, and you know, at the end it says invoiced, then that's when your 45 days starts counting. So it's not going to use whatever date you enter here. Okay? So that's what we need: invoice number, invoice date. Okay? Then you review. So just review everything else. Now you see, once you put it from the PO and what has been receipted, the system will tell you these are the items, 100, that's the amount, and so on. So you can see everything is in there. You just accept it. Okay, click it. You can't change it anyway. If you want to dispute this, based on that example we gave, you sent 20, we received 18. You now want to post the invoice, you are expecting 20 to be there, you see 18. You can't change it from here. If you are not in agreement, then don't send this invoice. Go back and let that be ironed out. You understand? If they settle it, they receive the other two items, it becomes 20, automatically this will change. Are we in agreement? All right, so we do all that. For now, let's go to the next screen. We need this attachment. That attachment is your paper invoice. Because with time, you will still be doing that. We'll have further engagement with you where we're going to tell you, look, that's your invoice, your paper invoice that you submit. You attach it here, but you can build it into Ariba with your logo, the same format, everything. You can build it electronically in Ariba. Once you have that, you don't need to do any attachment. You understand? You build your own invoice so that by the time we view this invoice, we will see your logo on it, the same format that you have it. It will be in the system electronically. But for now, that's a paper invoice. Either you have an invoice book that you write out or however you do it, just scan it and put it here as an attachment. We need that. You understand? We need to have your logo on an invoice. With time, you start, building it and you have it in the system. Some of you are already Ariba users. You've used it in other companies. So maybe you have an invoice template you've already built. Just bring it into this system and you use it. So that way you don't need to attach. But for everybody else for now, attach. Okay? So you can see once you attach it, you will see the invoice here as an attachment. What I've seen in the system now is at the point of service entry. I see a lot of you attach invoices as well. Isn't it? Those using it, you already attach your invoice at service entry. The invoice is not due at service entry. Because all you're saying at service entry is, I've done this. I've done it doesn't mean you're going to be paid for it. When do you get paid for it? Acceptance. You can say, I've painted this whole building. Okay? The person that commissioned you to paint it will now come and check it. Once that person says, yes, I'm happy, signs it, then you get paid. But what you're doing at service entry, and you have to do service entry now. I'm sure you've been told that. Before it was NNPC that would do it on your behalf. But now you have to do the service entry. Once you provide a service, you've completed that service, you need to go into the system to say, I've done this, I've done this, I've done that. You sign it on your own part, submit it to NNPC. NNPC will now check, confirm it, then the invoice can come in. Okay? So that's what happens here. You've done the attachment, you click on next. So you can see that's all you need to do. You now review it. This is the invoice. So like we said, when you start building your own template, this invoice will carry your own individual logos. Everybody here, you build that invoice with your logo and so on. Those things, we call it vendor enablement. In Ariba, it's actually there. So some of the Gen Zs can go in there, not the old ones like us. Thank you, my brother. All right, so you can go in there, put in the invoice, build your templates. You have the ability to do it. It's there in the system. So go there, put your logo, build it as you want it. And then the invoice will appear as, with your logo and so on. Once you do that, once you've been able to achieve that, you don't need to attach anything. As NNPC, we also want to do away with all these attachments. We don't want it. So once you can build your own electronic version of the invoice, you don't need to attach anything. So once you've done that, review it, you then submit it. You can see the submission button at the top. The system will tell you the invoice has been submitted. This invoice number is your own invoice number. Remember, it's your invoice. The invoice is not an NNPC document. So that's the first thing we need to remember. It's your own document. Okay? You've just created it electronically in the system. So it tells you that your invoice has been submitted. Once it says here it's been submitted, that also means it's been accepted. You understand? You won't be able to submit an invoice if that three-way principle has not been met. The three-way principle is purchase order says 100, goods receipt says 100, invoice must be 100. The twist on that now is purchase order says 100, goods receipt says 80. What the system will do is to take that 80, go back to the purchase order, it will say balance on purchase order 20. You understand? So it now has 80. So you say 80, 80, invoice must be 80. And you still have a balance of 20 on that purchase order that you now have to send. So in that instance, the system will mark this as partially submitted. You understand? Okay, so mark your question. We'll get to that. A very good question. What happens with the 20? I don't want to answer it to just say yes, you can, but there might be some other contractual elements in there. So we'll come back to that. So this is submitted. Invoice is submitted. Okay, thanks. And that's the invoice. So this is the purchase order. Remember, everything starts and ends with this purchase order. So if you look at the purchase order, you'll see the invoice number is now there, and it tells you that it's invoiced. And that is the life of the purchase order. Once it gets to invoice, it stops there. At that point, so what's happened now? Once the purchase order has invoiced on it, perfect. And I'm happy you said start sleeping, because yes, start sleeping. Don't worry yourself, oh, I have to call, oh, who do I know in treasury? Who do I know here? Don't bother. There's nothing like that. Once this is invoiced, just leave it. Go and face another job. For 5 days you get payment, you just receive a lot. It can be earlier. Okay. He's actually made a good point, but that is not for here. We need, I mean, I can just give you a teaser. There's something called, I don't know if you do it in other companies you worked for. There's something called an invoice discounting. So an invoice discounting, I think there's a company that wants to do that, but it's not been fully approved in NMPC yet. What they are doing, we have a contract with you that says we'll pay you 45 days after your invoice. This other company can pay you quicker, maybe in 10 days, in 15 days. But they expect a discount on that invoice. That discount does not come to NMPC. It goes to that company. So maybe you give them 5%, 10%, whatever you negotiate with them. This has nothing to do with NMPC. Then you get paid earlier by that company, and then NMPC pays the normal time. But that is your own individual arrangement with them. It's called an invoice discounting process. It's also here in Ariba. So once it's agreed with that company, they latch on to here, and then you have that discounting. It's the same Ariba platform. Yes, you saw it from here. Just to state, NMPC would also be part of it because it's going to be on this platform that's to be done. So before anybody can do that, NMPC needs to agree, which is why I haven't mentioned it here, because the invoice discounting has not been fully agreed. Maybe in another week or two, it might be agreed. You understand? But that option is now available. It will be available. And the way a lot of suppliers look at it is, I need this money. If I give them this discount and I get the money now, or wait for another 45 days, what will happen? You understand? I need this money for this business now. Can I wait for 45 days? Or do I need it now? Yeah. So you have to look at that net value of money for now against the 45 days. So those are things you look at as a company. It's nothing to do with NMPC. I hope we're clear on this part of this. Okay. So this is it. Fully completed. Invoice is linked on the purchase order. You have the invoice number. You have everything on this document. The other question the gentleman asked is, how do we even now track? How do we see what's happening? So how do we see what's happening? How do I run the status reports and so on? So all these reports are in the Ariba system. Once you log in, you'll see on your dashboard, there's an icon there that says scheduled payments. If you are logged in, you will see it. Once you click on scheduled payments, you'll see that this is in there. It will tell you scheduled for the 5 days. And then you start seeing it as things are happening. Okay? So you don't need to call anybody. It's all there on your dashboard. All right, so question and answers. We have 10 minutes. MC? So
all right.
I promised the gentleman, yes. So he has the first question, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Henry from Epicon Nigeria Limited. My question goes as regards the GRN, Good Receipt Note. Is there a timeline for when someone delivers for the good receipt to reflect on Ariba, in that you can deliver and someone is holding your GRN without imputing it on the system?
All right. So this question is very, very important, also very sensitive. And I explain it this way. You have sent the item. You've sent, maybe, let's say you sent 40 drill bits. Liability cannot be established until what he just said, the GRN is done. And that GRN is only done by an NPC. So what he's trying to say is, he has sent the item 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Nobody has receipted it in the system. How do we fast track this? That's the question, isn't it? Because you can't, the invoice will not even open up for him to submit the invoice because we've not receipted it. So this is where the efficiency in NNPC now comes in. The system will be reporting this. This item was sent so day, goes receipt has not been done, goes receipt has not been done. Management are looking at this. I hope you understand. Management in NNPC are looking at this. On a monthly basis, it's part of the report that has been sent. You have done goods receipt on your side. We are not accepting it on our side. If we don't accept, you can't do invoice. So this is where the efficiency in NNPC now needs to show, and which is why we have a system like this that can track all these things. So part of what will happen is those reports will be going, you don't know this, but internally within NNPC, notifications are going. The chief supply chain officer is seeing it. He's saying, these people have sent this thing, why haven't you receipted it? Receipting should be done immediately. If they send 40 items, if it's only 10 that is good, receipt the 10. The other 40 or the other 30, put it in returns that is off spec. So they will know that immediately. So that one that is off spec will now bring me to the question you've asked. What do we now do? Do we agree that they can bring back the other 30 to replace it? Or is it in a contract that if they don't provide all, because suppliers, I'm sorry to say, some of you can be a bit tricky. You understand? You're smarter than us. What I've seen a lot is you've won the contract because you can supply the item within a specific time. But you can't supply everything, so you bring half. You understand? And try and buy time to get the others. So NNPC has the right to cancel that contract, just receive the half and tell you to go and get somebody else. But it's all those kind of things that is all contract based. Most likely you'll be given time to bring the other items. It might be at a penalty, I don't know. It's all what is agreed on the contract. But I hope that answers your question. Is the efficiency that comes as part of this process, and that efficiency can only come if you don't disturb us. How do you disturb us? Calls. By the time you're calling or you're coming to the towers, you're sitting there, you want to see somebody, all those things are stopping people from doing, their work. So please don't call the supply chain team. Everything is working electronically in the background. All right.
Oh, good afternoon. My question based on the XO, that's service order. When you have been given invitation to do a service order, and the service order is immediately, maybe you are asked to cover an event, which was exactly, and you submitted the electronics. That's, let me just give you an example, maybe a photograph. Then you submitted it, they said they needed that job on that very day, and you did it. The invoice, is it going to come that very day because you have submitted the one they needed, that which they asked you to do, and you have done it, and you have delivered the job. So when the invoice going to come out, that's number one. Two, the job, the service order you are giving to, has it been budget clear? That's the system we know. That was the olden days they are using. But the new system we know, because most of the job given out must first of all be budget clear. That yes, this job, we have a budget for it and every. But like a service orders. So I'm asking, if you have done the job, has it been a budget clear before you submit your invoice?
Okay, thank you so much. So, and I have to be very frank with everybody here. Budget clearing or not has no business with you. That budget is ours. I understand what you've said, because that happens in the olden days and so on. Any PO or SO you get has already been budget cleared. It goes through an internal process. For us to get any external party involved, internally it's been budget cleared. So don't worry about if it's been budget cleared or not. I know what normally happens is when you interact, and that's because you call an NPC, you talk to people, you get different people saying different things. Oh, we're going this PO, there's no budget. Don't worry about that. Every PO goes through a process before the PO can go out. It's already gone through a budget check, which means it's been approved for it to be given to somebody. You understand? NNPC will not give a contract if they can't pay for it. You understand? So that handles the first one. The second one about you receive an SO today, you complete the job today, the invoice will be available immediately. So if you receive the service order, maybe this event, you are supposed to take photos, videos, and so on. Immediately after the event, you give it to NNPC, the person that is going to receive it. They view it, they're happy with it. They say, yes, I've received it. The invoice is immediately available for you to submit. Immediately. And then your 45 days starts counting.
All right, thank you, sir. Next question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ademola Balogun. I work with DIG Info Data Limited. My question is regarding a renewal of an existing service. Because we're in that kind of situation now. So we have done all paperwork for the renewal, and we've not gotten feedback from NNPC yet, and the contract is already run out, and payment to our own supplier is counting. So what is the implication of the PO for us? Because based on what you said, of course we need the PO and we need to submit invoice on Ariba and the rest, and then the 45 days starts counting. So what's the implication for people like us?
Do we have more people like this gentleman in the room? Who? Okay, so I'm happy is really like an isolated case. So what I would say is let's discuss this after, maybe just after this session. Because what you've said should not happen. You understand? Running a process like this, that should not happen. It seems like you started the job without a PO. So okay, yes, he said he has started it, so let's discuss that. We'll see how to remedy the situation. Because what happens is once you start a job without a PO, you are now relying on the contract to give you a validity date. Once that contract expires, nobody can pay you. I hope you understand that. But with a PO, it's tracking all these dates. You understand? Once the contract expires, you can't be paid.
All right. Next question, please. Sorry, we're coming from behind now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Femi Okonlawo from Air Separation. My question is, when you were talking at that time, you said from next year, January, all invoices and all payments would be transmitted to FRS. Now the question is this. We have an existing contract with NNPC. We submitted the invoice. We are expecting payments. You started counting 45 days. The payment extends to January. Will that be reported to FRS or not?
Is it that you don't want us to report it?
No. You said starting from January.
Okay.
All invoices and payments.
Yes. Let me.
Now you have backlogs.
Okay,
so
it's
how
all
will you
right.
treat that?
Don't worry. We won't report your backlog. Is that what you want to hear? So any new invoice, from 1st of January, that's one we're reporting. Anyone that is already in the system link, we're not reporting that one. You're safe.
All right, thank you, sir. Next question. Your name and organization, please.
My name is Adewale from PMF Global. My question has to do with supply or shipping, let's say shipping. I received PO and I put a date for the completion, just like we have said earlier. Now, can I make the shipping on or before the end of that expiring date which I indicated? And also submit invoice. Is it possible?
Okay. So, are you sending the advance shipment note? Because what you should do is, you have the PO, you're supposed to supply this item. By the time you want to supply it, maybe the item, they are ready. It's time for you to send it to NNPC.
Yeah.
The first thing you do, go into Ariba, give an advance shipment. Tell them, this item, I'm sending it tomorrow. Or whatever date it is. Let that one go. Immediately you do that, they get it the same time. Remember, it's the same platform. Then you send it. Or what some companies do is, assuming it's DHL or somebody you're going to use, remember DHL will give you the number, tracker number, all those things. It's also there in the system. I don't know if Michael showed you that. You put the tracker number. We've sent this thing to DHL. DHL, you receive it in so time. Just send that as advance shipment note. At that point, you cannot send an invoice. You understand? You do that now, but an invoice is not due at that point. You've sent the item does not mean the item has been received. It's at the receipt of the item that the invoice becomes available. So please, let's note that sending the item does not mean we have to pay you for it. It's only when we receipt it. So we'll see it, do our own testing on it. Once we're happy, we'll communicate, receipted, then you can invoice.
All right, thank you, sir. Just one quick question, please. Someone is asking, once you do the Ariba registration, do you need the NIPES registration also, or everything is captured in there?
All right, so that's a fantastic question. And the team doing the registration are in there. You do not need to register on NIPEX also. NIPEX platform has also migrated to Ariba. So it's also Ariba. The same thing you will do here is what you will do on the NIPEX platform. But you don't need to register in both sites. I hope that's clear.
Thank you, sir.
So your Ariba registration for NNPC is your Ariba registration for NNPC.
All right, next question.
Okay, sir, I want to
Your
ask.
name and organization, please.
Okay, my name is Everest, Catalytic Multi-Services. Okay, so I want to ask, at the time the invoicing portal is up, when the goods is being received, is there a time between when that invoice is to be created, you know, for the vendor, or it just for life until when you are ready? Because some people, you know, for some reason you will just forget that you're supposed to invoice for an item that you are delivered. So is there a timeline, or at some point they will just close it, the item is being delivered free of charge?
Okay, very good point. All right, so when do you know when you have to invoice? At this point, as we speak today, it's just because we haven't done this sensitization, everybody's not ready. The platform is actually open now. I don't know if we have Indorama here. Okay, they won't be here. It's when we go to Benin. They actually sent an invoice because they've been using Ariba platform everywhere else and so on. So immediately we did a goods receipt. The invoice platform opened up on their side, and immediately they sent the invoice. The invoice posted into the system and started counting for 5 days. And people are wondering within NNPC, oh, when did this invoice come in? You understand? But they actually did it electronically. So we had to disable that until, and some of you also, you've been doing electronic invoice. So we have to disable that button so that you send paper-based invoice for now. We will communicate with you once we reactivate that button. You understand? And you will see it. It becomes active, and just click it. But we'll keep communicating with you. We'll tell you it's going to be live from so date. I've mentioned 1st of January. So that's the tentative date. But don't say Dr. Grillo said 1st of January. Please don't write that down anywhere. So that's the tentative date. So, but most likely it's going to be done. The system is ready. Everything is ready. We just need you to be able to know that this is going to happen and what to do.
Thank you. Has that answered your question?
No, not at all. But my question is, as I went, the time that button is up for you to invoice, you have delivered the item, so there is that window for you to create the invoice. And for some reason you forget to create the invoice. Is there a timeline that you're supposed to create the invoice before it closes up? That's my question.
All right. Now I get the question. And I'm going to throw it back to everybody. You've supplied me items. He has too much money. They said you have too much money. And that's where I was coming to. Are you going to forget to invoice me? Okay. That box will never close. So let me explain. That box will never close. It will remain open. But remember, your 45 days will start counting from when you press it. So if you don't invoice me for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, don't say 3 weeks has gone. You're going to pay me in 1 week or 2 weeks' time. No. It will start from when you invoice. You understand? So please, and as suppliers, you of course, the invoice is the, let's say that is the bottom line of everything that you're doing now. Is it not? You're doing all these procurement items so that you can do this invoice. Aha. So you know that is where you're going to.
All right, thank you, sir. Next question.
Okay. Afternoon, everybody. So my name is Akabuze Clinton from Naphtali PM Group. So my question is this: aside other supply companies, now I'm talking from companies that are into project management and handling of projects. Say, for instance, we're doing a project for NNPC. where we get to charge in terms of milestones. Now, this 45 days that we've put as the waiting period, how does this affect project management companies, and of course, how does it affect projects? Because when we get to charging milestones, we receive payment for certain milestones. Are you saying for each milestone we'll be expecting a 45-day delay, or how is this going to affect us or influence project management? Thank you.
All right. No, it's a very good question. It's very valid. All right, so let's start it this. We'll start it this way. Project management company, whatever you're doing, you're providing a service. So as far as we're concerned, it's a service. Maybe it's a consultancy service, providing a service to do something. Now, the master document of that service is your contract. Everything needs to be spelled out in that contract. It says, this is the service you're providing, milestone 1, milestone 2, milestone 3, delivered in so-so-so day, delivered in so-so-so day, delivered in so-so-so day, isn't it? If on that contract, it doesn't state that milestone 1, you deliver in so-so day, payment will be made immediately, it's 45 days. The onus is now on you. Once you complete it, press invoice. You do the service entry, it comes back to NNPC, NNPC does service acceptance, click invoice. Don't wait for all the milestones to start invoicing. Each invoice has its own lifespan of an invoice. You understand? They are not all going to be paid at the same time. So you finish this milestone, it's been accepted, invoice, while you continue with the other milestone. You understand? You're not waiting for all the milestones before you invoice. Each milestone will be an invoice of its own. I hope that's clear. Everybody providing milestone-related service, you will see it on the PO. Item 1, 45% milestone 1, whatever it is like that. So that invoice will probably have a number of line items for each milestone. And each one can be invoiced independently.
So what you're saying, sir, is there's no 45 days wait?
No, there's 45 days on each line.
On each milestone?
Yes. On each invoice, it's 45 days.
All right, thank you, sir. Quick note, please. A silver color Highlander BOG 559HH. Please go and repark. Silver color Highlander, please. BOG 559HH. Thank you. Next question.
Sorry, madam, before you... I thought we told everybody to come with Uber. Who is bringing car? Please tell the hotel to clamp that car. You're all supposed to come with Uber. You understand? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kemi Oyelola from Field Marine Engineering, and my question borders around bids and tenders. So I just wanted to ask, the tenders that we will get on NIPEX from NNPC, are they also going to be the same tenders that will come up on NNPC's Ariba portal?
All right. So just to answer that is no. So there are different activities here. Okay. What I said earlier by you don't need to register on NIPEX to be here, it means that all the activities within NNPC, you don't need to go and register in NIPEX first before you register on this Ariba. But for NIPEX related, you need to register. You need to register there. You are not going to see it here. You understand? There are two independent systems. But one is not a requirement for this one. I don't know if that's clear. So if you're responding to NIPEX portal, you need to register on the NIPEX. And they will send you an invite. Just the way we're onboarding you here, they will onboard you there also. Do you understand? Let me just give an example. Some of you, the same Ariba, on the network, the Ariba network you're logging into is just one. So that's where you're going to log in. Some of you on that Ariba network, you are doing business with NNPC. You are doing business with Shell. Some of you are doing business with ENI, isn't it? On that same, you just log into one platform, boom, and then you select who you want to do business for. The PO for Shell is not going to mix with the PO for NNPC. You understand? Immediately you log into the network, you select the company you want to transact with, it changes the platform into that, your business with that company. It's not going to mix with NNPC or anything. It's the same thing with the NIPEX platform. NIPEX are also on Ariba. Ariba is one worldwide. Any company you want to deal with worldwide using Ariba is this same network. Immediately they want to onboard you there. It's going to ask you, have you registered with Ariba before? Remember, you all have an AN number. That's your Ariba network number. It's your number for life in Ariba. So go to NIPEX. It will ask you, do you have an AN number? You say yes. You put that AN number. It ties you in. You understand? And then creates a subsection for but it's on the same Ariba network. I think she has a follow-up. Yes, the same thing. So if there's a job that is advertised just on the NIPEX platform, when you log into Ariba, just click NIPEX, you see the jobs there. You understand? If it's for NNPC, log in, select NNPC, you see the NNPC activities in there.
All right, thank you, sir. Next question.
Good afternoon. My name is Doris Denis Akano. I represent the Resource Global Services Limited. My question is simple. Previous outstanding payments before the advent of Ariba that will launch in January, how do we track it? Because you are saying we don't have anybody to call. Would there be a customer service or would there be a process flow on how to track the previous expected payments before we go live on the Ariba? Thank you.
I'm not sure how Madam wants me to answer that one. So previous outstanding payments, they are in the system. They are following their normal path. You will get paid as soon as possible. Let me put it that way.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Gospel Peter. I represent Custom Projects. My question is, is there a circular that has gone around the NNPC to say that there might be PO, there will be PO as against contracts that are being approved? Because as it stands at the moment, most of the contracts that we execute, we don't have a PO. We use the contract to execute the job itself, and that's what we use to invoice the NNPC, and we get paid.
So which entity is that?
That's OMA 34, which
OMA,
is...
okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah, under NEPL. All right, so all that will change. It will change very, very quickly. You understand? And I'll tell you why. You are the same person that will complain, just like Madam has said, but Madam has a PO. Madam, you have a PO? Okay. What happens if you don't have a PO is that we don't have a commitment created in our system. What that PO does, so we have a contract, legal documents, supposed to provide this service. What the PO will do is it will commit that amount from the budget. So that's the budget clearing the gentleman was saying. These are all internal processes in NNPC. It commits that amount and says, eventually this man is going to bring the item and is going to bring an invoice. Since we committed it, we know that this is coming. You understand? If there's no PO, there's no commitment in the system. NNPC is now working on commitment accounting. So we commit in the system, we see what's going on across the whole group, and you can then use that to manage your liquidity. To know we've committed here, eventually this is going to come, this is going to come. So they have a budget of 100 million. They've given you this contract, 10 million. If there's no PO, the budget will still be saying 100 million. But once they issue out that PO, to commit that 10 million and reserve it, I will say you only have 80 million on your budget left. But without a PO, they can't do that. But while, yes, they can go ahead and give you an invoice, That's because it's all paper-based. But now, once it's electronic, OML what? 34? I think 34, you also have an SAP system that is being built for you. It will come, yes. Yes, so I know that project is advanced. You're even supposed to be using it right now. Okay, but they're still going through some activities. So you'll use that. Okay. But we need to go through the process. If we miss out on anything, it will be a case of I need to be paid. Nobody knows that that payment should be made. You understand? There's no commitment. Okay? So that commitment needs to be in the system, and then we start tracking it. Because we know eventually you're going to receive the item, you're going to send the invoice, we have to pay you. But if we don't have that in the system, immediately you just say, I've finished. Then it's taking the whole accounts department by surprise. Remember, this is P2P. Okay? That last P is very important. And that's your goal, isn't it? Or is there any charity organization here? Okay, the man that's forgetting to invoice. Organization, I'm sure it's the only one here. You understand? So it's very important. It's a procurement to pay. You are doing all the procurement activity, in a very, strict manner. You're following the process. You don't want to get to payment. It then becomes a problem. You understand? Which is why I was saying is, you've gone through the procurement. Remember the procurement team. They will start by that sourcing angle. They need to get, and you're all here, so that means they've gone through a selection process where they've said all these suppliers, they are worthy to be in NNPC to provide this service, that service, that service. You understand? So you're all here. That's one. When there's a job, they will now say, we're giving it to this gentleman here. Not that I'm doing partial, but he's the one in front of me. And he's wearing my shirt. So I'm giving it to him. Now, if I now say I'm giving him that job, it means I've done a budget clearing behind. I can't give him a job if I don't have a budget for it. Okay? Now, once I give him that job, if I don't create a PO, it means I can give somebody else the job, and I'll say I'm budget clearing it from that budget. The budget amount is still the same. From that budget I have, I've given you a job, 30 million. Out of 100 million, I go to the next person, another job. The system is still saying I have 100 million. I give you another job. Go to you, sir. The system is still saying I have 100 million. By the time I've given everybody a job of 500 million, when it's now time to pay, I have a problem. You understand? But with creating this PO, what the system will do is, immediately I give him a job, I create a PO, that PO will commit from the budget. So that 30 million will now tell me I only have 70 million. By the time I go to this lady, the same thing, until the system says, I can't give you a job because I don't have budget. Which means I have to go through an internal process to get budget before I give the next job. But if we don't do this commitment with the PO, we'll just be giving jobs and then payment will be a problem. So this is why we are saying, doing it that way, managing commitment, cash flow can be managed. 45 days after invoice is more or less guaranteed. Some of you 2 months, 3 months, you don't get paid. Isn't it? I don't think there's anybody more than 2 months. Okay. I didn't hear that one. So I shouldn't go there. Okay. Okay, let's not go there. But this is the new way of working. We need to do this thing more efficient, and we need to work together. You can see. We need to. All right. So.
Last question, sir.
All right, last
Thank
question.
Yeah, sir. I just want to. The 45 days, is it sacrosanct? The 45 days payment, is it sacrosanct? And a situation whereby the 45 days elapses, what does the vendor do?
No, you can't do anything now. All right, is the 45 days sacrosanct? Remember, we're all collaborating on this.
In case you have system error, probably after invoicing, how do you address that?
All right, so very good point. System error, how do we address that? So there are a lot of young ladies and men at the back end to make sure the system errors are minimized as much as possible. Most of you will agree with me that your electronic banking platform, the errors are very minimal right now, isn't it? Do we agree? The errors are minimal. And if there's an error, it reverses itself. And then it corrects itself. So it's similar with the Ariba platform. If there's an error, which is very unlikely, because remember it's going through a lot of graduated stages. So when it gets to you to invoice, it must have gone through the receipting process. Okay? And remember that receipting process, that is the most important aspect for both parties. Do you agree? It is the most important aspect. Because that determines, one, if you are going to be paid and what you are going to be paid. That is where liability is established. You go through the procurement activity, we give you the contract, oh, you are going to do this contract, everybody's happy, you have a contract. That's one part. You now have to deliver on that contract. Once you deliver on the contract, NNPC will now look at what you've delivered based on what you are told to deliver on the contract. Once they accept it, bam, goods it is done, you know you're going to get paid. So that goods receipting process is the most important step for both parties. Okay? And that is a liability establishment point. So make sure goods receipt, you bring the item within the right time, it's on spec. And just like the gentleman said, we need to make sure it's receipted. Because if it's not receipted, it's as if you haven't brought in anything. So if you're going to call anybody, call for whoever is going to do the goods receipt to receipt it. That is the only point I can say call. You've supplied 20 items, they haven't receipted it, you have to tell them, receipt it. You understand? So that's the key point in the whole P2P process. That goods receipt is the key point. Okay?
All right, thank you so very much, sir. That was the last question. Please appreciate Dr. Grillo, please. Thank you for that clarity, sir. Thank you so very much. That was apt. Thank you so very much. Is that how you appreciate somebody that has given you so much clarity, so much depth? Come on, I'll make it louder. He's still walking to his seat until he sits down. All right, thank you so very much, sir. You see, right here at NMPC Limited, we have process. And there's something we call code of conduct. To facilitate this last session, practical session, please, from the Governance, Risks and Compliance Division, I'd like to invite Mr. Efe. Please, can we appreciate Mr. Efe as he comes to give us a lowdown on the code of conduct. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to our partners in progress. My name is Efe Adu from the Governance, Risks and Compliance Unit. Registration.
All right, quick information, please. After this last session, we'll have group photography. We're going to have it table by tables. I'll just coordinate it. And after that, we go for our lunch. And also, please don't leave. There's a certificate for your participation in this summit. So you have certificate to prove that you were part of this team that came to have this great knowledge. Remember, we have photography, group photography, then we go for our lunch and get our certificate before we leave. I need to take a picture with the facilitators on stage. You go for your lunch. Once you're done with your lunch, you get your certificate, and that will be the end. It's not so difficult, right? All right, for clarity, please, after the group photography, you go ground floor to get your food and your certificate before you leave. So you're not coming back up again, right? Group photography, lunch, certificate, and we call it a day. Is that okay, sir? Yes. All right. Okay, while we are getting that sorted, I want to also come back again and ask, have we been enriched today? Are you sure you're not responding? You're not sounding as if you are. I need energy here, please. Have you been enriched today? Have you learned something new? Are you sure? If you're sure, please wave your hands in the air. Please wave. Sorry? What did you say, sir? Well, that is not for NMPC. It's the government policy. From January, every procurement has to pass through the tax office. They want to monitor you. As you're making money, they want to also monitor you. That's okay. So for further inquiries, we still have our candidates by your side there. For further inquiries, you can go there for whatever inquiries you get your question or something. Or if you have more questions, you can go there, get more information, and I'm sure. Yes, we have two spots for lunch. Remember, if you have a ticket voucher of O1, you use the restaurant here. If you have O2, you use the ground floor. That's the cordial, please. The same procedure as we did for e-break. Yes, once this session is done, we have a group photography here on stage. Then you proceed to your lunch. Once you're done with your lunch, take your certificate ground floor and send back. That's just it. Is that okay? I insist. All right. It's been awesome having you all here. If you really like this summit and you are well informed now, please put your hands together for the organizing team. Please put your hands together for NMPC Limited. You're not clapping as if you have gained knowledge today. You are not clapping as if you want to apply this knowledge. Remember, it's all about procurement to what? The last one is very key. Very, very key. We don't want to play with that, please. So, before you have to supply for you to get paid. Okay, somebody is asking, can we get invisible payment? The question is back to you, sir. Who supply invisible? It's a spiritual thing. All right. You can't get invisible payment. You have to supply a product or services to get paid. And what's the duration, please? Who still remember the duration? 55 days, right? 55 days. 55. Somebody said 2 years now, so you can wait for us now 2 days. 55 days, right? 45. Don't worry, I told them the same thing. Once you give us, now we are able to verify that it's good. You get your payment after 45 days. Sorry, I didn't get that, please. Payment advance. Or advice. Okay? Alright, first one is we get payment advice that you're going to pay. You're going to be paid so. I think the platform has already created that is 45 days. That's why you have to track when you're going to get your pay. Because the days and all of that, you just sit in your room all of that capture in this all right. Okay. Talk to me, sir.
Okay, so I want to just ask that I hope they will not leave us just like that after this training. If we have issues, how do we get in touch? That is just what I want to know.
All right, so from what I've heard so far, I believe, first of all, we have a help desk there. I'm coming, sir. Once you, if you want further clarification, you can go in there. I'm sure there are processes or there's a platform where you can, lay your complaint or a chat box or something. But just go in there. Maybe you can get a contact or an email where you can just drop all right questions and answer inquiries and every other thing. So the best bet, don't just leave without getting a contact. Sir? Okay, behind your tag, sir. Hello, sir. Behind your tag, I understand there are numbers behind your tag. If you can look closely behind your tag, there are numbers. So I guess that's our contact number. You can reach us. Okay, for further inquiry. Good. All right. Please put your hands together for NMPC Limited, please. That's how we roll. Okay. More questions? Ask now, because after now, tomorrow the location is moving. I mean, you people are moving. Next set. Any other question? Okay. Sorry?
If I may ask, who are the next people that is coming for tomorrow?
Those ones, they know themselves. They know themselves. They have been invited. They know themselves. So, please, that matter no concern you, sir. Those ones, they know themselves. And your invite has expired. Yeah, it's valid for today. So when you come tomorrow, we'll scan it. Once we hear error, we'll just say this way. So those ones that are coming in tomorrow, they know themselves. And they're going to come and be enriched just as you have been today. Any other question? If you pass my power, I'll call my superior. Any other question? Please, this is what we call free mic. You can ask any question now while we're getting set for the last session. Open mic. Sorry, sir? When those people come tomorrow, we'll give them another Nigerians. When they come tomorrow, they will get another another link and password, the ID. Okay? Today has ended. Warm music on the background. Just processing what I've been doing
So the objectives of my presentation this afternoon is as outlined. We have the code of conduct documents that provides us with a clear, concise, and consistent guidelines that guides our day-to-day activity. It also helps us to summarize the existing legal and policy requirements while we provide guidelines on how to meet them, and also provide a clear understanding of the expectation of NMPC in a way for us to act the way we should act. So the NMPC Code of Conduct has 13 provisions, but you can see we have just 8 here. This is the areas that directly concerns our business partners. So after this, I'll be also adding the due diligence policy so that you understand what we do concerning due diligence. So this ranges from anti-bribery and corruption, gifts and entertainment, public communication, anti-money laundering, conflict of interest, information management, international and national trade, and the responsibility for the code of conduct. So I'll be summarizing each of these provisions for us this afternoon. So bribery and corruption. NMPC has a zero tolerance for bribery and corruption. What this entails is that it prohibits employees and also our business partners and their representatives from accepting or giving bribes on behalf of the company. So for corruption, you can see it involves receiving bribes and also giving kickbacks, fraud, conflict of interest, misuse of resources. We have our resources at your disposal and you are using it to pursue personal business. So this is what we are trying to prevent. And we also have facilitation payments. So facilitation payments are payments that are made to government officials to expedite their normal routine duties. So what that means is that we've listened to the Ariba team. What you want to do is to facilitate your payment. It's now 45 days according to what Dr. Grillo has said. So you don't need to call anybody. You don't need to pay any facilitation payment. It is an offense. If you do that, So that the term is facilitation payment. So if you do that, you may be blacklisted if the case is investigated. So it's just for you to note. And also we have the dealings with our business partner. We don't expect you to make any corrupt payment on our behalf. So when you are carrying out any activity for us, do not bribe anybody. Do not go and cut corners for NNPC. So we are stating it clearly. So our expectations on anti-bribery and corruption is for you to comply with our policy. And also, it's also important that you note that we've included in our contract document anti-bribery policy and also the right to audit in our contract document henceforth, going forward. Next part, very interesting, gifts and entertainment. The year is coming to an end, and we know that you love us and we also love you. And you want to extend gratitude, show gratitude to colleagues. So we would like to tell you what our gift policy is about. So we prohibit the soliciting of gifts by employees. So what that now means is that, as a matter of general principle, we discourage employees from accepting gifts from our business partners or their representatives. So we discourage you also from offering such gifts to employees. So just so that you note, we have prohibited gifts that you should not give to an employee. One is cash. Cash in any form is prohibited, or cash equivalent, which equivalent, that's gift cards. So do not give cards to employees to go to supermarket this Christmas or go to electronic stores to go and shop. It is strictly prohibited, except if you want the colleague to be sacked and you also want to be blacklisted. Also, we prohibit personal services. Loans, do not offer loans to employees, is prohibited. And also events and meals. You've invited an employee to an event or to a meal and you are not present. That is prohibited for an employee to sit down in such occasion and actually dine when you are not present in such meeting. Also, gift and hospitality of inappropriate nature and inappropriate venues. So we all know what an inappropriate gift can be. Somebody said I should tell what an inappropriate gift can be. Okay, so I'll mention. You are offering a colleague, an employee, a car. Of course, you know that gift is way beyond what should be accepted. So it is not allowed. So as a matter of principle, like I said, we enjoin you to report any case of anybody who calls you soliciting for gifts this Christmas and also going forward. Anybody who calls you to solicit for gifts, please, you are to report. And most people will be wondering, how do you report this? We have an email called whistleblowing@nnpcgroup.com. This email is only received by the Chief Compliance Officer and also the Head Business Ethics. It is anonymous. So even if you report, your identity will never be disclosed. And please, it's not enough that you just send a mail that somebody is soliciting for gift from you. You have to provide evidence that the person actually is soliciting for gift. Because you know, human beings can just call someone and say someone asked for a gift when the person did not. So you have to provide us with evidence that the person did that. So the next provision we'll look at is conflict of interest. What is conflict of interest? Conflict of interest arises in situations where an employee allows his personal, either financial or non-financial interest, cause that employee to act in ways that is not in the best interest of NNPC Limited. So our code of conduct has highlighted 3 types of conflict of interest. We have the direct conflict of interest, indirect conflict of interest, and perceived conflict of interest. What is direct conflict of interest? It is when the employee or the board of director has investment in a company or holds management position in such companies that are doing business with NNPC. Then for the indirect, it is when they don't hold position, but they exercise some form of control over those companies. Then for the perceived conflict of interest, this is when also they don't have investment, they don't hold positions in such company, but they stand to benefit from the outcome of decisions that is made on such companies. Then for the guidelines, so it's to ensure that both you and your agent do not take decisions that may create a conflict of interest between your company and NNPC. And so what this implies is that once you have bidded for a contract and someone calls you within the system and tell you that, or you call someone in the system and say, who are those who are doing the evaluation, and you get to know that your relation is seated in such committee, you need to ask that person, please, have you declared? Because if that person sits on such committee and does the evaluation and you end up winning that bid, if that comes to light, it means that either the person has aided you to get that contract. Okay. It means that the person has aided you to get that contract. So what you need to do is to ask the employee to please go and declare so that such employee can recuse himself from that process and your winning may be seen as being fair. Money laundering. Money laundering. What is money laundering and what's our provision on money laundering? Money laundering occurs when you channel as money laundering, and also the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. Publication, public communication, media, and press. NNPC is a responsible corporate entity, and from time to time we are expected to disclose certain information to members of the public. So we are committed to carrying out that communication with integrity and consistency and ensuring that we comply with all statutory requirements and all the other standards. And what are the requirements from our business partner? Never to trade our information for personal gain. So you've engaged in business with us, you have certain information about our company, and you want to go and trade it with our competitors. So such is not allowed. And also as a supplier, you are to report any loss or theft of information about NNPC or its affiliates. So what that means is that you have our information on your laptop, you have things, documents, and what you've misplaced it, please report to NNPC that you've misplaced such information so that we can know how to manage that situation. Information management. Information is key for every business, we all know. Information rules the world. In fact, without information, you can't have any business. So where you have people in a company, you want them to communicate, and what they pass between each other is information. And what makes your business thrive is that you know better than the other business, and you know how to get it better. So NNPC Limited, at NNPC Limited, we take our information as being sensitive, and we want you to take it as such also. And very key that you should note that when you are transacting business with NNPC as a supplier, do not collect personal emails from employee. So you have to transact all business using the official email. And also where you are not clear about certain decisions, please obtain legal advice to avoid accidentally creating legally binding commitments. And also we subscribe to the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. And what that means is that we protect the data of our employees, our customers, and all those we do business with. And it also implies that we do not use your information for other purposes other than that we have collected it for. So it's important that you note it. National and international trade. NNPC operates in jurisdiction also outside the shores of Nigeria. So what that implies is that we are also committed to complying to those international laws where we do business and where our business partners they are country of origin. Responsibility for the code of conduct. Who is responsible for this code of conduct? The Governance, Risks and Compliance Unit is responsible for reviewing and updating the code of conduct in line with best practices. And also where violations have been established of this code of conduct, where people have reported that these violations have been broken, we investigate such infractions, and it is forwarded to a disciplinary committee who make recommendation to management for approval. So we are also responsible as GRC to report and provide updates to the board and executive management team. So important, very key for us to know this afternoon is responsibilities. We have in the system what we call compliance champions. These compliance champions are not necessarily governance risks and compliance, strong ethical culture. And also we are calling upon our business partners to also help us in building a strong ethical culture. So what we expect is that you read the policy. We have the policy, some of our policies on our website. So we expect that you read it. You add air. It's not enough that you read. You add air. Where you are not clear, seek for clarification. And attend trainings just like you are doing here. We are grateful for taking time out to come here to listen to us. And also, we should also report non-compliance. He said if you see something, please say something so that we can all move forward as business partners. That takes me to the last part of my presentation, integrity due diligence. Yes, we've all listened to how to register on app. Very good, excellent, the hiccups and how to overcome them. Something that is key that we must all note is that before you do business with us, we must carry out due diligence with your company. So what does this mean? It simply means knowing who we are doing business with. So we enter into several relationships, and this exposes NNPC to various kind of risks that may come from our counterparties. Based on this, we developed a due diligence policy and framework. What this framework does for us is to enable us to assess, manage, and reduce those potential risks that could come from our counterparties. So the objective of that policy and framework is for us to identify specific information about our counterparty. This includes ownership of such business, if there are litigation footprints, there are reputation issues, if there are the reputational issues, if they have relationship with the government, if they are politically exposed person on their board, and also it helps us to promote our compliance with both domestic and international law as regards bribery and corruption. It also provides a basis for us to identify and select credible counterparties to do business with. So the scope, it is not limited to just vendors, suppliers, and all customers. We also do due diligence on colleagues, employees, those we are bringing into our system to work with us. We also do for those we do donations to, like the NGOs and those we sponsor also. So this is just to highlight the counterparties and the kind of risks that they could pose. We have the anti-bribery and corruption risks. We also have reputational risks, which could be adverse media. You've been in the news for wrong reasons. So these are things we want to confirm. We also have fraud risks like conflict of interest, and we have regulatory non-compliance risks where our counterparty is not complying to regulations. We know this can pose a problem to us. So what are we looking out for when we do all this search? One, we are looking for corporate and organizational information about you. We are looking for reputational and regulatory checks. We're also carrying out if there are negative findings about you. And also, we are looking at your financial capacity. So what we check, or what we require you to give us. I know at this point, we have a list of your executive board of directors, shareholders, and we ask you to provide some key information, your name, the name of these individuals, their address, their citizenship if they are non-Nigerians, their shareholding, CSC status. Some people will wonder, we've supplied these documents on Ariba platform. Why are you going to request such information? Yes, we are collaborating with the Ariba team to ensure that we do not repeat these same documentations from you again, so that we can just get it from the back end. So in conclusion, the due diligence process is not meant to witch hunt any counterparty. It is simply there for us to identify the risks that could crystallize from doing business with you. And what that enables us to do is to develop mitigations so that this risk doesn't crystallize. So what we require of you is to support us as we move on this journey to ensure that you provide us with accurate and adequate information as requested. Thank you for listening. I hope I did well with timing.
Thank you so very much, Mr. F.A. Any question? One or two? All right, thank you. I understand that feeling. Thank you so much, Mr. F.A. Please, one more time, can we appreciate Mr. F.A., please? All right, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we have gained enough today. Mic check. I hope we have gained enough knowledge today. Hello, are we tired? I know we can go for 1-2 hours more. I know. I see the energy in your faces. I know we can go for. I know. 4 hours. Please, 4 hours. All right. Greedy goes, right? Okay, we have gradually come to the end of today's summit. I want to appreciate you all for making out time to be here. Please appreciate yourself. A round of applause for yourselves. You have been a very, I don't want to use this word students, but you have been a very good participants listening to all of this information. I hope and I know that you will make use of them. For any inquiries, please always visit that desk for now. Because of what we plan concerning the group photography, we have randomly picked out some certificates. Okay, when we call the name of your organization, please come out and hold your certificate and wait for us here. To present the certificate, please, I need us to put our hands together for the organizer of this event, with the director, Wilton Consulting Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Olubumi Adu, please. Make it louder. Make it louder. All right, please, sir. Make it louder. So when you come, when you hear your organization name, you just come out and he will present the certificate to you. All right. First on the list, we have Anstar Engineering. Representing Anstar Engineering, please. Okay. We're still going to have a group photography with all of the recipients, please. I also have Avcom Energy Limited. Avcom Energy Limited, please. Avcom Energy Limited. Okay, if you're not here, we'll go to Alacrity Unique Concept Nigerian Limited. Please. Okay. What's your name? Avcom. Okay. Alacrity. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Please, once you get your certificate, don't go back to your seat. Please wait behind. Just wait behind. We're going to have group photography. Once you get your certificate, please wait behind. We're going to have group photography, please. Alacrity. All right, we have AG Law, Nigerian Enterprise Limited. AG Law. AG Law. All right. Air Separation. Air Separation, Nigerian Limited. Thank you. All right, so please, at this point, we'd like to invite a senior executive from the NNPC Limited to come and present this order certificate, please. Do we have a senior executive in the house, please? All right, please put your hands together for Mr. Moses Sado, please. Please appreciate him. Thank you, sir. All right, you continue with the presentation, sir. We have Arove Technology Limited. Arove Technology Limited, if you're not here. Aravo, okay. Aravo. Akabi Corporate and Sons Limited. Akabi Corporate and Sons Limited. Any representative? Okay, it's coming from that. All right of Africa, he's coming. Yes, yes. All right of Africa Limited. All right, thank you. Oriki Global and Synergy Limited. Thank you. She's connected. Oasis Corporate Limited. Corporate System Limited, please. Oasis Corporate Systems Limited. Onyewuchi Global Links. Onyewuchi Global Links, are you here? Oli Steer Integrated Services Limited. Okay. Idea Project Services. Oh, let me see. Okay. Aid. Okay. I hope, okay. Thank you. Ascend Laborex Limited. Atos Limited. I hope I got that. Atos Limited. Okay. Oh. O'Shea Michael Consult. O'Shea Michael Consult. Onyewuchi Global Links, not here. All right, thank you so very much. Can we have all the recipients please come back to stage? Please. Hello, sir. If you have received a certificate, please come back to stage and we're going to have a group photography now. Yes. All right, please, can we have some of the NNPC staff join this group photography, please? Some of the NNPC staff. Someone is joining. Please come. All right, thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you so very much for being this patient and getting so much to use for the future in terms of procurement and payment. We have come to the end of this summit, the NNPC Limited SCM Supplier Summit 2025. As you know, tomorrow we won't admit you here. We have other participants that are going to be here tomorrow. But please, you can do well to take your group photography. Probably if you are O2, take a lunch voucher on the foyer, the ground floor. Or if you are O1, lunch voucher, you can do your group photography. If you want to do it here now, you can come out. We had to do all of that because of time. And we know that some of us are traveling from a far distance to join this meeting. So please, thank you so very much. On behalf of NNPC Limited and the organizing committee, I want to say thank you so very much for coming. I hope we have learned today, and I hope we'll put all that we've learned into practice. I wish you success. I wish you all the best as you use this software, as you use Ariba procurement software. I am MC Leo. Thank you so very much. See you and have a safe trip back home. Thank you. If you want to do photography, you can also come and do it here right now. Sorry? No, we had to take randomly just for this sake. Your certificate, you can get it on the ground floor, please. Once you get your lunch, if you need to sit down and eat, you can do that. After your lunch, you get your certificate. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you. Engage the platform, please. Engage the platform. Any inquiries, use the number behind your tag. Engage the platform. Thank you. Tell people about Ariba procurement platform. If you have a ticket voucher O1, use the restaurant. If you have the ticket voucher O2, use the ground floor. And once you're done, request for your certificate, please. If you want, you can come get a picture on the platform here. Thank you.
Thank you.